Chapter 703. Song Qingshu embraced Huang Rong's soft body, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. It smells good. Surrounded by that demonic aura, Huang Rong's entire body instantly went limp. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, she couldn't help but faintly sigh. Prince Song, I still think you're too young to be my younger brother. Do you think this is interesting? Of course it's interesting. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, and then his expression became solemn. Rong, you can say anything about me, but you can't say that I'm too young. You're clearly younger than me? Huang Rong was slightly startled. She didn't understand why he had such a big reaction. It wasn't until she saw his winking expression that she finally reacted. She couldn't help but secretly spit. Despicable. She had experienced it firsthand last night. Indeed, no matter what standard she used, it had nothing to do with being a little girl. Huang Rong didn't want to talk about such a shameful topic with him. She hurriedly said, "You're a young hero. Who knows how many beautiful girls in the world like you? Why do you have to obsessively pester a married woman like me?" "I like married women," Song Qingshu replied boldly. Huang Rong was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know how to respond at all. Song Qingshu was worried that she would react and fly into a rage. He hurriedly said, "Don't talk anymore. Let's go save your husband." Finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Huang Rong's slender waist. With a light tap of his toes, the two of them leapt up to the top of a nearby tower. A biting cold wind blew, and Huang Rong's delicate skin couldn't help but be covered in a layer of fine particles. She subconsciously shrank into Song Qingshu's embrace. Forced back by the boiling heat of his chest, the chill in her body immediately dissipated. Only then did she ask, "What are we doing at such a high place?" Hugging Huang Rong's slender waist, Song Qingshu could keenly feel her waist brimming with vitality. He could even feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin. Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly sigh in admiration. Guojing really had good luck with women, to be able to hug such a stunner to sleep every day. However, he didn't expect that Guojing, who was usually busy with state affairs, would rarely share a room with Huang Rong in recent years. Even if they slept together, it was usually because he was too tired and fell asleep as soon as he laid on the bed. How could he be like Guojing, living a carefree and unfettered life? Only when you stand high can you see further. Song Qingshu had a mysterious smile on his face as he quietly stared at the military governor's residence in the distance, observing the gaps in their guards. Seeing that he did not speak, Huang Rong suddenly began to feel a little uncomfortable. The heat from Song Qingshu's body made her body unknowingly have a strange reaction. It must be known that she had always been chaste. In her life, she had never been hugged by a man other than her husband. In addition to the events of last night, Huang Rong felt that her legs were a little weak. "How much longer do you want to hug me?" Huang Rong knew that she could not continue like this and couldn't help but bite her lip coldly. Song Qingshu was stunned. Lowering his head to see that her face was as cold as frost, he suddenly smiled strangely. "Since Rong doesn't want to be hugged by me, then I won't hug you." Before Huang Rong could react, she felt her entire body become light. After a moment of absent-mindedness, she suddenly discovered that she had been thrown out of the tower by Song Qingshu. Unable to understand why Song Qingshu suddenly wanted to kill her, Huang Rong's mind was completely blank, and she could only instinctively scream. But before her voice could leave her mouth, her lips were blocked by a scorching hot and dry mouth. Huang Rong opened her eyes to see that Song Qingshu's smiling face was right in front of her. Being embraced by Song Qingshu, she was no longer free-falling like before. Instead, the two of them were like night falcons, quietly gliding high up in the sky towards the heavily guarded military governor's residence. Huang Rong had not yet recovered from the shock. Looking at the man in front of her, she felt as if an electric current was flowing through her body. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable feeling of being moved. At this moment, her body was high up in the sky, and everything around her was silent. At this moment, Huang Rong felt as if she had left the world and stood alone. At this moment, whatever etiquette and defenses were all thrown to the back of her mind. She no longer thought that she was someone else's wife. At this moment, the only thought in her mind was to passionately respond to the man in front of her. Her hands hooked around his neck, Huang Rong gradually closed her eyes, allowing him to wantonly taste her fragrant tongue. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms who was allowing him to do whatever he wanted, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Knowledge is indeed power. So the drawbridge effect is actually this useful. The drawbridge effect was a scientific phenomenon from his previous life. When a person was on tenterhooks crossing a drawbridge, their heartbeat would involuntarily increase. At this moment, if they happened to meet someone of the opposite sex, then they would mistakenly think that the person in front of them was the other half of their life, and thus develop feelings for them. In the end, people would mistakenly think that the accelerated heartbeat caused by various kinds of dangerous situations was a physiological reaction caused by the other party moving their heart. Thus, they would develop feelings of love for the other party. Just now, Song Qingshu had purposely thrown Huang Rong down from the high tower, and then saved her when she was in despair. In such a short moment, she experienced life and death, and from death to life. No matter how intelligent Huang Rong was, she was still a woman. In that kind of situation, all of her defenses would instantly collapse. As it turned out, Song Qingshu's guess was right. Huang Rong really did change her normal behavior, and even raised her chin to cooperate with his kiss. Song Qingshu knew that at this time, even if he wanted to go a step further, Huang Rong would most likely not refuse. Unfortunately, no matter how capable he was, he could not complete the entire intimate process in such a short period of time. If only I were Superman, I could directly fly around the world with Huang Rong in my arms. There would be plenty of time to do whatever I want. Song Qingshu thought indignantly. But no matter how unwilling he was, the two of them still landed on the ground. The attention of the guards in the residence was all outside. Who would have thought that someone would directly come down from the sky? Thus, Song Qingshu picked two guards and hid in a blind spot. The guards not far away did not notice anything out of the ordinary. When her feet landed on the ground, Huang Rong seemed to be suddenly pulled back to the real world. Her entire body trembled, and she pushed Song Qingshu away. Her face alternated between green and red. She asked hesitantly, "Just now, why did you kiss me?" "I wanted to kiss you, so I kissed you." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "You?" Huang Rong felt a burst of anger. "But I have a husband." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I don't mind." "But I mind." Huang Rong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't know why, but it was very difficult for her to really get angry. "All right, in order to prevent your pitiful moral values from breaking, I will give you a reason." Song Qingshu's expression became serious. "The reason we were able to successfully sneak in was because we caught them off guard. If you kept screaming just now, weren't you clearly telling the guards below to be on guard? How could we save your husband then? It was clearly you who took advantage of me, but in the end it was my fault?" Huang Rong cursed in her heart, but hearing him say this, she really felt better. She said with a red face, "This time, I will let it go. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to kiss me like just now." Dividing line. Speaking of which, many readers have privately asked me what the name of the TV series mentioned in yesterday's chapter is. Where is your moral integrity? Knowing that it is so poisonous, you still rush to watch it. Chapter 704. Song Qingshu realized that he really did not understand women. The fact that he had been kissed did not change anything. All he had to do was change the excuse, and the other party's attitude changed from angry to barely accepting. Thinking about the meaning behind Huang Rong's words, his expression became even more strange. "So according to Rong as long as you agree, I can kiss you?" Only then did Huang Rong realize the loophole in her words. She quickly replied, Even if I agree, you can't kiss me. No, how can I agree? Seeing Huang Rong's rambling, Song Qingshu smiled playfully. That's not necessarily true. I believe that one day, Rong will allow me to kiss you. Seeing Huang Rong's expression change slightly, he quickly changed the topic. Alright, let's go save Hirogua. Huang Rong was not in the mood to argue about her husband's safety. She nodded solemnly. Stick to the plan. Song Qingshu reminded Huang Rong and then covered his face with a black cloth. Finding a gap and seeing that the surrounding patrols were not paying attention, he floated into the prison like a gust of wind. Before the guards in the prison could react, he struck their acupoints and subdued them in an instant. When Huang Rong followed him in, she looked at the guards who remained motionless along the way. She couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. This bastard's lightness skill is too terrifying. Fortunately, I'm not his enemy. Huang Rong did not realize that deep in her heart, she had subconsciously regarded Song Qingshu as one of her own. Not far away, Huang Rong heard an angry shout. She recognized it was Ouyang Feng's voice and hurriedly ran over to help Song Qingshu. Not long after, she saw Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng fighting not far away. Seeing her come in, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Quickly go save Hirogua." When Ouyang Feng saw Huang Rong, he couldn't help but be enraged. If it wasn't for her, Ouyang wouldn't have died. Ouyang Feng himself had been crazy for more than 10 years because of Huang Rong. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be worthy of being called the Western poison. Therefore, he did not care about Song Qingshu at all, and directly used the toad stance to pounce on Huang Rong. Before he arrived, the biting cold wind from his palm had already made Huang Rong breathless. In a panic, she hurriedly raised the dog-beating stick in front of her, but she also knew that in the face of Ouyang Feng's full-strength attack, it would be very difficult for her to resist. Song Qingshu's eyes he knew that if he allowed Ouyang Feng to attack, Huang Rong's life would be in danger within a few moves. Thus, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed forward to protect Huang Rong. Hurry up and save them. Ouyang Feng attacked with hatred, so Song Qingshu had no choice but to treat him with caution. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged several palms. The wind from their palms shook the surrounding walls, and the whole prison cell shook. Huang Rong was also a quick-witted person. Seeing that Ouyang Feng was entangled by Song Qingshu, she did not hesitate and immediately ran to where Guojing was imprisoned. With just one look, Huang Rong's tears fell. At this moment, Guojing was tied to a pillar. From head to toe, there was not a single part of his clothes that was intact. His whole body was like a man of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered great torture in the past 2 days. What made her even more furious was that Guojing's scapulae were pierced by 2 thick iron chains. Piercing the scapulae was a special torture used by the government to deal with bandits. It made it impossible for them to use their strength and martial arts. It was obvious that the enemy was afraid of Guojing's martial arts, so they added such a cruel punishment to him. Thinking that her husband had suffered so much here, but she was flirting with other men and even had sex with them, Huang Rong suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of guilt and could not help but sob. Hearing the movement, Guojing struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Huang Rong in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. "Rong, why are you here? Hurry up and leave, it's dangerous here." Seeing that Guojing was still thinking about her at this time, Huang Rong felt even more guilty. She quickly wiped her tears and said, "Jing ji, don't worry, Rong is here to save you." After saying that, she picked up a Buddhist monk's knife next to her and cut off the shackles on Guojing's body. The reason why Guojing could still stand was because of the chains. Now that the chains were broken, he could no longer stand and his whole body fell to the ground. Jing ji. Huang Rong was shocked and quickly went over to support him. Seeing that Guojing was free, Ouyang Feng suddenly became angry. He used the toad skill to its fullest extent, but unfortunately, it was still unable to force the masked man in front of him to retreat. He could not help but roar, "Song, don't think that I can't recognize you with your face covered. Are you really going to ignore our friendship for this woman?" Having been seen through, Song Qingshu could only take off his mask and smiled embarrassedly. "Mr. Ouyang, what a coincidence, we meet again." "Coincidence, my ass!" Ouyang Feng said angrily. "You really want to save him?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "Mr. Ouyang, you are my friend, but Huang Rong is also my friend. Originally, I should not help either side, but she can't beat you. I am worried that you will kill her in anger, so I have to help him." Seeing Ouyang Feng's face turn as black as charcoal, Song Qingshu hurriedly added, "In fact, I treat you all equally. If Mr. Ouyang can't beat her, I will certainly help Mr. Ouyang. I am the Western Poison, one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains. How can I not beat her?" Ouyang Feng was so angry that he laughed. "You have clearly forgotten your friends because you have a woman and don't want friends." Song Qingshu was struck speechless. Huang Rong, on the other hand, was not having it. If it was under normal circumstances, she would have tolerated it. But now, in front of her husband, how could she allow her innocence to be tarnished? She couldn't help but scold, "Old Poison, did you not brush your teeth today? Prince Song and I are pure, like the bright moon in the sky. How can you stain us like this?" Although her words were righteous, only she knew how strong her tone was. After what happened last night, how could she and Song Qingshu be pure? It was more like it. Ouyang Feng heard this and laughed. "You and Song Qingshu are pure? Back in the cave, you..." Huang Rong panicked, afraid that he would say something unpleasant. Fortunately, Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking and took the opportunity to attack. Ouyang Feng didn't have the time to say anything else. Huang Rong had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly realized that Guojing was looking at her and Song Qingshu suspiciously. She could not help but say guiltily, "Jing Ji, don't listen to that old poison's nonsense." Guojing smiled and shook his head. "Rong why would I suspect you? I'm just curious how you know such an expert." "Jing Ji, he is the Song Qingshu I mentioned to you before." She didn't know why, but just speaking his name caused Huang Rong's heart to tremble. Oh, he really is a young hero. If Fu can really marry him, it will be the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Guojing's eyes shone with a strange light. End of chapter. Chapter 705. Hearing her husband's words, Huang Rong's legs gave way and she almost fainted. Reading a book? After returning to Xiangyang from the Golden Snake Conference, Huang Rong had told Guojing everything that had happened. She had also praised Song Qingshu, the rising star of the younger generation. Whether it was his martial arts or his leadership skills, he was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. Therefore, she had also mentioned her idea of matchmaking her daughter, Guofu, with him. Guofu was the apple of the couple's eye, but Huang Rong had to admit that apart from her beauty, Guofu's temper and intelligence could be said to be useless. For her daughter's future, she had been worried a lot as a mother. Until she saw Song Qingshu at the Golden Snake Conference, Huang Rong's heart was suddenly moved. If she could successfully matchmake the two, first, she could find an ideal husband for her daughter. With Song Qingshu's martial arts and ability, they would not have to worry about the rest of Fu Er's life. Secondly, they had Song Qingshu as their son-in-law. Based on his martial arts skills and the leadership he displayed in defeating the Qing army, Xiangyang would no longer have to worry about. It would also solve the biggest headache the couple had in their lives. Thirdly, Huang Rong was vaguely aware of Song Qingshu's thoughts about her. Even she herself felt that it was not worth telling others about it. Thus, she wanted to build a solid relationship between the two of them. With this mother-in-law and son-in-law relationship, it was impossible for anything else to happen between the two of them. All potential possibilities would be nipped in the bud. But Huang Rong never thought that before she could make Song Qingshu her son-in-law, she would make him sleep with her first. After what happened between the two last night, how could Huang Rong still have the thought of marrying her daughter to him? Even though she was the daughter of the Eastern heretic and was a famous demoness when she was young, this matter was still too shocking. If that was really the case, it would not just be two women working together, but a mother and daughter working together. How could Huang Rong tolerate such a ridiculous thing? But she could not tell her husband the reason, so she could only change the topic. Brother Jing, let's talk about Fu Er later. The most important thing now is to get you out of here. Ouyang Feng finally managed to force Song Qingshu away. He seized the opportunity and said, Brother Song, when Wan Yanliang asked about your identity after you rescued Huang Rong, I didn't reveal it to him for the sake of our friendship. But now you've completely turned against me for this woman? Song Qingshu saw the thick, killing intent in Ouyang Feng's eyes and couldn't help but raise his guard. Among the 5 uniques, each of them had their own unique skills, and their skills were about the same. However, in a real-life or death battle, the one Song Qingshu least wanted to meet was Ouyang Feng. Wang Chongyang had died young, so there was no need to consider him. Reverend Yiding of the south and Hong Qigong of the northern beggar were soft-hearted people, so there was no danger in dealing with them. Although the eastern heretic was a little troublesome, he had his own principles and morals, and a gentleman could be deceived easily. Only Ouyang Feng was a man who would do anything. Moreover, his nickname was the Western Poison, and his skills in using poison were not inferior to his martial arts. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation and eyesight, as long as the environment was right, Ouyang Feng had the ability to kill East Heretic, Northern Beggar, and South Emperor. Therefore, he had to be careful. Brother Ouyang, there is actually no irreconcilable hatred between you and them. Why do you want to fight to the death? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. What do you mean there is no irreconcilable hatred? Ouyang Feng seemed to be provoked and roared. If it was not for Huang Rong, my Kur would not have lost his legs. If he had not lost his legs, he would not have been killed by Yang Kong. And Guo Jing, that stinking brat. He looks simple and honest, but he tricked me with that sly girl, Huang Rong. He used a fake 9-yin manual and tricked me into going crazy for more than 10 years. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable. Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice, Brother Ouyang, you are wrong. Your son's legs were indeed disabled because of Huang Rong, but the murderer was Yang Kong. Yang Kong coveted your white camel manor's martial arts, but your white camel manor has always had only one master. Therefore, as long as this rule exists, Yang Kong would definitely use all means to kill your son. Even if Ouyang Ku's legs were fine, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Sooner or later, he would still die in Yang Kang's hands. Hearing this, Ouyang Feng's face alternated between green and white. Yang Kong was already dead, and he had only wanted to kill Guo Jing and Huang Rong to avenge Ouyang Ku. He hadn't thought about the ins and outs of what had happened. Now that Song Qingshu had said it, even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that it was true. Seeing that Ouyang Feng was silent, Song Qingshu continued, As for them causing you to be crazy for 10 years, it was only because you threatened them with your life and forced them to tell you the 9-yin manual. In order to protect themselves, they had no choice but to give you a fake manual. Moreover, it can be said that you have profited from your misfortune. You have successfully practiced the 9-yin manual in reverse and your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. In your madness, you have accepted a young hero like Yang Guo as your godson. Thinking about Yang Guo, a faint smile appeared on Ouyang Feng's face. But he quickly gave a cold snort. If he was someone else, then it would have been fine. He really is a good child, and I would have treated him as my own. But out of all the things I should not have done, he is the son of that bastard Yang Kong. Song Qingshu frowned. No wonder he felt that Ouyang Feng's feelings towards Yang Guo were a little strange. So there was a hidden layer of relationship. Brother Ouyang, why are you so stubborn? It is said that the grace of raising someone is greater than the grace of giving birth. Apart from giving birth to him, when has Yang Kong ever done any of his duties as a father? Yang Guo is a man of chivalry and righteousness. His character is pure and kind. He is completely different from his father. In his heart, I'm afraid he would be more willing to recognize you as his father than Yang Kong, who is cursed by tens of thousands of people. Hearing Song Qingshu praise Yang Guo, Huang Rong secretly sighed. She thought to herself that she was smart and had watched Guo grow up. But her understanding of his character was not as clear as Song Qingshu's. No wonder Brother Jing has always liked Guo. Great minds think alike. Compared to them, I can't help but be petty. Seeing that Ouyang Feng was silent, Song Qingshu hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Ouyang." As he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared between Guo and Huang Rong. With one hand holding onto Guo's clothes and the other holding onto Huang Rong's slender waist, he used treading on the sands and disappeared from the prison. Ouyang Feng finally reacted. He couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. But he quickly calmed down. Thinking back to Song Qingshu's hand that was holding on to Huang Rong's slender waist, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. Messing with his wife in front of her husband, I was right about you. Huang Rong, did you forget my nickname? Do you really think you can save Guo? Ouyang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking in the direction where the three people disappeared. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Dividing line. Thank you to my book friends Xiu Jingchen, Gies, Ichiun, 997, 4315, Diu Luojia, Lion Burning Winds Candle and others for their support and monthly votes. Chapter 706. As soon as Song Qingshu's hand wrapped around her waist, Huang Rong's entire body stiffened. She guiltily glanced to the side and, seeing that her husband had not noticed his actions, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Huang Rong did not relax for long. Very quickly, her pretty face turned red and white. It turned out that Song Qingshu's hand on her waist was not being honest. As he held her, he was also rubbing her lower abdomen. Huang Rong's heart trembled and she almost cried out in alarm. However, she remembered that her husband was beside her and that they were currently in the lion's den. She did not want to complicate matters. In any case, the one surnamed Song had already taken advantage of her, so this matter was not a big deal. She had already let down her Jing Ji. If her impulsive actions caused Jing Ji to be thrown back into prison, then she would really die 1,000 times over. Having made up her mind, Huang Rong bit her lips and allowed Song Qingshu to take advantage of her. Intentionally or unintentionally, she even twisted her body to cooperate with him, taking the opportunity to block her husband's view. Song Qingshu looked at her meaningfully, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up in a proud smile. As he rushed out of the imperial prison with Guo Jing and Huang Rong, they quickly attracted the attention of the guards outside. However, in the world of martial arts, there was nothing that could not be overcome by speed. Before the guards could surround them, Song Qingshu took the two of them and leapt out of the encirclement. Then, he led the pursuers in a few large circles before stealthily returning to the rear residence of the military governor's residence. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Song Qingshu smiled and said to the two of them, "In a moment, Wan Yanliang will definitely search the entire city. Whether you hide in an inn or a residence, it is safer than hiding right under his nose." As soon as they were out of danger, Huang Rong felt as if she had been scalded by boiling water. She pushed him away, her pretty face so red that it seemed as if water would seep out of it. Guo Jing did not notice his wife's abnormality. Instead, he weakly cupped his hands towards Song Qingshu and said, "Song Xiaoxia is indeed wise and brave. I cannot thank you enough for saving my life." Hero Guo is too polite, Song Qingshu hurriedly supported him. You and your wife have guarded Xiangyang all these years and are heroes admired by all Han people. When Hero Guo is in danger, we should lend a helping hand." Huang Rong, who was at the side, listened to him speak with fervor and assurance. She felt extremely strange in her heart. She had begged him to save her previously, but he had clearly looked unwilling. She had finally begged him to help, but now he was pretending to be a big shot? What's more, the covert movements of his hands along the way were not at all chivalrous. Song Xiaoxia is indeed righteous. Guojing thought of the future edition of such a chivalrous character in Jianghu, and could not help but be overjoyed. Huang Rong couldn't help but purse her lips. Brother Jing was an open and above-board person. He would only think well of others. How could he know how much of a bastard Song was? Of course, she would never say these words out loud. "Brother Jing, you should treat your injuries first." Huang Rong thought of how her husband had suffered such a great loss, but still had a grateful expression towards that bastard. She felt extremely uncomfortable and did not want Guojing to continue praising him, so she interrupted him. "Rong I'm fine." Guojing forced a smile, but from the cold sweat on his forehead, it was obvious that he was enduring a great deal of pain. Her fingertips slid across the iron chain on her husband's shoulder blade, and Huang Rong couldn't help but cry, "Who did this to Brother Jing?" And "That traitor Yen Liang was afraid of my martial arts, so after he captured me, he ordered his warriors to pierce my shoulder blade." Seeing Huang Rong's tears, Guojing hurriedly said, "Rong don't cry. Aren't I fine now? You're already like this and you still call that fine?" Huang Rong choked with sobs. Seeing Huang Rong cry, Guojing subconsciously wanted to reach out and wipe her tears, but he suddenly realized that there were outsiders present. He had always valued etiquette, so how could he act so intimately in front of outsiders? But letting Huang Rong cry wasn't what he wanted either. For a moment, Guojing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Lady Guo, you should be happy right now. How can you cry?" Song Qingshu's frivolous voice rang out. Even though he was extremely daring, calling Guojing his wife Rong in front of him made him feel a bit guilty. Huang Rong secretly let out a sigh of relief. That bastard Song had always been absurd and unexpected. If he continued to call her Rong she really wouldn't know how to explain it to her husband. But she quickly recalled Song Qingshu's words and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "You say I should be happy? Brother Jing is injured like this, and you want me to be happy?" Because of the events of the past 2 days, Huang Rong always felt that Song Qingshu had ill intentions towards her. She subconsciously thought that he couldn't wait for something to happen to Brother Jing. Guojing looked at his wife in astonishment. In his heart, his wife had always been an intelligent person. It was rare to see her lose her composure. But today she had such a big reaction, and the person she was talking to was her savior. What was going on? Seeing that Huang Rong was like an angry female leopard, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Piercing the scapula is used by the government to deal with bandits. Although it will cripple a person's martial arts, as long as they are treated in time, their martial arts can still be preserved. Lady Guo, think about it carefully. If it wasn't for the fact that Yen Liang didn't know the ropes and personally ordered for Hirogua's scapula to be pierced, then Hirogua's martial arts would really have been crippled." Guojing nodded and agreed. At that time, Ouyang Feng did object, but Qiu Qianren hated us to the bone because of what happened to his brother, so he persuaded Ouyang Feng. After all, the process of piercing the scapula is extremely painful and they wanted to torture me more. Who would have thought that you would be able to save me so quickly? I really have to thank Song Xiaoxia for saving my martial arts." Huang Rong finally understood and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She stammered, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. "Lady Guo, it's not a big deal. Let's first remove the iron chain from Hirogua's scapula." "Thank you for your trouble." Huang Rong made an almost imperceptible sound. About 2 hours later, Song Qingshu tossed the iron chain aside, and let out a long sigh of relief. The iron chain has been removed, but Hero Gua has suffered such heavy injuries. I'm afraid he'll need to rest for at least half a year to recover. Thank you very much, Song Xiaoxia. Guojing's face was covered in cold sweat. He had been gritting his teeth and holding on, but now that the iron chain had been removed, as soon as he relaxed, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Hero Gua, you're welcome. You've lost too much blood, so after taking the medicine, you'll need enough sleep to recover. Also, the situation outside is very tense, so you should rest here and recuperate. Song Qingshu smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. Rong please thank Song Xiaoxia for me. After saying this, Guojing could no longer hold on and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Huang Rong put down the bowl of medicine and carefully wiped the beads of sweat from her husband's forehead. Seeing her so focused, Song Qingshu secretly sighed, what a good wife and loving mother. When Huang Rong covered Guojing with a blanket and got up, she suddenly found Song Qingshu leaning against the door, looking at her with a burning gaze. She couldn't help but blush and whisper, "Thank you." Pointing at the beads of sweat on his forehead, Song Qingshu smiled. "Aren't you too insincere in thanking me?" Only then did Huang Rong notice that Song Qingshu's forehead was also covered in a fine layer of sweat. She immediately realized that when he had just untied Brother Jing's iron chain, the entire process required a high degree of concentration and precise control of strength. Otherwise, it would have been easy to injure the meridians around the shoulder blade. Huang Rong had a delicate heart. She had been worried that Song Qingshu, in order to obtain her, would secretly do something to save Guojing and cause him to have some sort of internal injury. In the end, throughout the entire process, he didn't do anything. Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a surge of shame. She really was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. She subconsciously picked up a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but who knew that Song Qingshu would subconsciously shrink back and point at the embroidered handkerchief in her hand. He smiled and said, "I'm a clean freak. I'm not used to using things that have been used by others." Only then did Huang Rong realize that she had just used this embroidered handkerchief to wipe Guojing's sweat. But she was amused by Song Qingshu's words. She thought, if you're not used to using things that have been used by others, then why do you keep pestering me? Although Huang Rong had always been very confident in her beauty, she was, after all, married, so she couldn't understand why Song Qingshu didn't go looking for a girl, but instead pestered her. Bah, I'm not a thing. No, I'm a thing. Huang Rong felt that her thoughts were in a mess. Inadvertently, she thought of the scene from last night. She couldn't help but secretly spit. When you used me last night, you didn't seem uncomfortable at all. As she thought about it, Huang Rong blurted out, when you used Mrs. Tang, you didn't seem uncomfortable either. As soon as the words came out, Huang Rong's face suddenly turned red. She never expected that she, who had always been reserved, would actually discuss this kind of topic with a man other than her husband. Obviously, Song Qingshu was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered and couldn't help but laugh. You're someone else's wife. Naturally, I'm not uncomfortable with using her. Dirty. Huang Rong heard this and couldn't help but fiercely spit. Song Qingshu cried that he was wronged. It was you who brought up this topic with me. Huang Rong snorted heavily to show her dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "What do you think of Mrs. Tang?" "She's a woman among women. As soon as he touches her body, a man can't bear to get out of bed." Song Qingshu sighed sincerely. Huang Rong's original intention was to ask Mrs. Tang what kind of person she was, but she didn't expect that Song Qingshu would suddenly go in a direct direction. However, she was already used to his language style, so she didn't make a fuss. Instead, she was hooked by a whim and pretended to ask a question inadvertently. When was the happiest time she made you? End of this chapter. Chapter 707. Song Qingshu was very surprised. He didn't expect Huang Rong to ask such a question. He couldn't help but laugh. Rong, aren't you afraid of polluting your ears? Huang Rong regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Her heart was thumping nervously. Hearing Song Qingshu's teasing, she subconsciously turned her back and snorted guiltily. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Song Qingshu leaned over from behind and whispered in Huang Rong's ear. Rong, since you asked, how can I be so cruel? I can't even satisfy your little curiosity. Huang Rong could faintly feel the heat of Song Qingshu's breath on her neck. Her whole body suddenly stiffened. Although she didn't look back, she could still feel that Song Qingshu was very, very close to her. That faint sense of oppression made her heart tremble. Huang Rong subconsciously looked at Guojing, who was not far away. Seeing that he was still snoring, she didn't know why, but instead let out a sigh of relief. Don't be like this. Brother Jing is still there. I didn't do anything. The smile in Song Qingshu's voice became even stronger. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. Why wasn't your first reaction to avoid me, but to see if I woke up your husband? Huang Rong seemed to wake up from a dream. She let out a low cry and hurriedly dodged to the side. She didn't expect that Song Qingshu's hands would press down on her shoulders. A strong force passed through her, and she could no longer move. What do you want? Huang Rong was really a little panicked. Her eyes kept glancing at Guojing. On one hand, she was worried that Guojing would find out something. On the other hand, she was hesitant to call her husband for help. Huang Rong was a very smart woman. If it wasn't for the accident that happened last night, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. But the tragedy was that it happened last night. Compared to what happened last night, even if Song Qingshu took advantage of her today, it would not be a big deal. Instead, it would alarm her husband. If Song Qingshu was forced to kill her to silence her, Huang Rong shuddered at the thought of the possible consequences. Under normal circumstances, she and her husband would not be afraid of each other. But now, Brother Jing was seriously injured and could not use his martial arts. Although her dog-beating stick technique was not bad, in front of Song Qingshu could subdue her with one hand. Huang Rong had completely lost confidence in her own strength when she thought about how she had tried to resist last night, only to be pinned down by him and unable to resist at all. Now, Huang Rong was like a buyer who accidentally paid in full in advance. As for whether the seller would honor the contract and deliver the goods, she had no idea at all. Having lost the bargaining power, she could only carefully cooperate with the other party in case the other party turned hostile. I have to leave with Brother Jing as soon as possible. Huang Rong secretly made up her mind. In fact, she had wanted Guojing to rest here at first, but now she had completely thought it through. Although the Jin people were hateful, the Song people were not much better. If they continued to stay here, who knew what would happen? Don't worry, Hero Gua has been tortured by the Jin people for the past 2 days and has exhausted his mind. In addition, the medicine he just took has calming ingredients, so he won't wake up so easily. Song Qingshu continued to speak in her ear. Hearing this result, Huang Rong's mood was very complicated. She did not know whether to be happy or unhappy. She subconsciously twisted her body and said, "Let me go." Rong, aren't you curious about the private matters between me and Mrs. Tang? Why, don't you want to hear it? Song Qingshu had an inexplicable smile on his face. Who cares if you say it or not? Although Huang Rong said that she did not care, her body no longer struggled. Instead, she stood there quietly, pricking up her ears and waiting for Song Qingshu to continue. Mrs. Tang is a wonderful woman. Her body is plump and graceful, her skin is smooth and tender, and her face is charming. Every time I make out with her, I am very happy. Seeing the expression on Song Qingshu's face, Huang Rong blushed and secretly spat. How shameless! Rong, do you know what I like most about her? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. How would I know? Huang Rong snorted, but her mind could not help but think of Mrs. Tang's surging breasts and her pair of white long legs. It should be these two, she added in her heart. You must think that I like her breasts or legs more. Song Qingshu seemed to be able to read her mind and continued, but you guessed wrong. What I like most is actually her identity. Her identity? Huang Rong was confused. What was so special about her identity? Yes, she is someone else's wife. An inexplicable spark flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Because she is someone else's wife, every time I see her under me with a sweet and happy expression on her face, I have a great sense of conquest and satisfaction. That is what I like most about her. You are such a pervert. Huang Rong's mouth was wide open, obviously extremely shocked. Pervert? Song Qingshu shrugged. It is just a harmless little hobby. Huang Rong's heart was pounding. She finally understood why the other party had been obsessed with a married woman like her. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. The topic that the two had talked about before was a bit explicit, but no one had ever said such things in front of Huang Rong before. Therefore, she was ashamed and angry, but at the same time, she had a novel feeling of touching a taboo. You have talked about so much, but you still haven't told me which time Mrs. Tang made you happiest. This was something that Huang Rong didn't even dare to think about, let alone take the initiative to ask a man who was not her husband. But in the end, she couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu smiled, which made Huang Rong a little flustered. Ronger, why are you so curious about this? I am just curious. It is none of your business. Huang Rong responded guiltily. She couldn't tell him that she actually wanted to hear that answer. But it is too much of a loss for me to reveal such a private question. Song Qingshu touched his chin and looked hesitant. Then how do you feel that you are not at a disadvantage? Huang Rong felt that she was getting bolder and bolder. She gradually put aside some of her usual concerns, as if she was communicating with a close friend. Well, let's play a game of truth or dare, Song Qingshu suddenly said. What is truth or dare? Huang Rong's pair of beautiful eyes were sparkling. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Once there was a beginning, the rest would be natural. At first, she felt that it was too embarrassing to talk about this topic with another man. But after talking for a while, she found that not only was she not disgusted by it, but she also ignited the fire of gossip. As the name suggests, it is a combination of truth and dare. Song Qingshu seemed to have returned to the time when he met with friends in his previous life. We take turns to ask each other a question. If the other person chooses truth, you must answer truthfully. If the question makes you feel awkward, you can also choose dare. Dare is to do one thing according to the other person's request. Huang Rong was very smart. Although she had never come into contact with this concept, she understood the whole process from a few words from Song Qingshu. I don't want to play this game. It is obviously more disadvantageous for women, Huang Rong said with a red face. What disadvantage? Song Qingshu said disapprovingly. If you are worried that you will be at a disadvantage in dare, then you can choose to answer the question. I won't force you. Huang Rong showed a trace of interest. She was proud of her intelligence. She thought that with her reaction speed, she could easily make up a lie. Naturally, there was no need for her to do dare. Okay, but I have to ask first. Huang Rong raised her chin. At that moment, it was as if she had returned to her youth. Of course, ladies first. Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Huang Rong was about to speak when she suddenly glanced at Guojing, who was not far away. She hesitantly said, Let's go outside so we don't disturb Brother Jing's rest. That's exactly what I wanted. Song Qingshu's answer almost made Huang Rong jump. Lowering the curtain, the two of them went outside. Song Qingshu poured 2 cups of tea. With a wave of his sleeve, the teacups were steadily moved in front of Huang Rong. Huang Rong was already used to his kung fu, so she didn't react much. She just picked up a stool and sat on the other side of the table. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Why are you sitting so far away? I'm not going to eat you. Huang Rong smiled sweetly. I think it's better to stay far away from you. Can we start now? Song Qingshu nodded. Ask away. I've already asked the question. Huang Rong pursed her lips, and an inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. Which time did Mrs. Tang make you happiest? Song Qingshu looked deeply into her eyes, and when she looked away uncomfortably, he replied, She makes me very happy every time, but last night she made me especially happy. Huang Rong's heart was beating wildly. She deliberately suppressed her emotions and asked expressionlessly, Why? Is this the second question? Seeing Huang Rong's angry look, he laughed. Forget it. I've just started playing, so this question is a bonus. Actually, even if I had to say the reason, I wouldn't be able to say it either. Perhaps we usually enjoy more physical pleasure, but last night she made me experience the feeling of a fusion of spirit and desire. Last night, her breath seemed sweeter than usual, her skin smoother and more supple, and her body more supple. Especially the struggle that she unintentionally revealed, and the purposefully suppressed moans. It was like a young woman from a good family being violated by a big bully. It gave me a different kind of feeling of conquest. It was simply perfect. Song Qingshu looked into the air, as if recalling the taste of last night. Song Qingshu didn't notice that with his evaluation, Huang Rong's pretty face became redder and redder. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt like a nervous little girl. Dividing line, I haven't been in a good state for the past 2 days. I'll adjust as soon as possible. I'll update more than one day. Please forgive me. Chapter 708. Don't say it. Huang Rong's voice trembled. Ronger, why are you so nervous? Song Qing looked at her strangely. I'm not talking about you. Besides, haven't you always wanted to know the answer to this question? Of course I'm not talking about me, Huang Rong exclaimed. She quickly realized that her performance was a little too revealing, so she quickly added, Although I'm the one asking, your answer is too detailed. Very detailed? Song Qing didn't think so. I just roughly described the feeling. I didn't mention the specific details. If you think I didn't answer carefully enough, I can tell you from the beginning to the end. Last night when she was asleep I sneaked in from the side. Okay. Huang Rong didn't need to look to know that she must be blushing at this moment. The burning feeling made her feel a little dizzy. She hurriedly interrupted. How can a girl listen to the secret between you two? Girl? Song Qing looked at her playfully. Rong you seem to be 20 years younger now. 20 years old. Huang Rong suddenly looked gloomy and sighed faintly. I'm indeed old, and I can't compare to young girls. Song Qing wanted to slap herself. Huang Rong's appearance, figure, and identity were all top-notch existences in the world. The only thing that bothered her was her age. However, in Song Qing's opinion, a woman in her early 30s was at the peak of her life. However, in this world where people could get married at the age of 12 or 13, a woman in her early 30s was indeed not considered young. Rong you're belittling yourself. Now you're at the most mature and charming stage. Even if all the girls in the world gathered together, they wouldn't be as charming as your smile. Although she knew that Song Qing was deliberately coaxing her, Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a little happy. This made her feel very strange. She used to hate this kind of glib-tongued and handsome libertine. Ouyangku had suffered a lot because of him, but now that she met Song Qing, why did she not feel disgusted? I'm not an ignorant girl. How can I be fooled by your flowery words? Huang Rong deliberately put on a straight face, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her true feelings at the moment. Besides, don't tell me that those people in your family, such as the 9th princess and Miss Zhou, can't compare to me? Looking at Huang Rong's deliberately suppressed smile, Song Qing knew that if he answered yes, it would definitely make Huang Rong's heart ripple even more. However, He was a man with integrity after all. He couldn't do that kind of thing like belittling his own woman to please another woman. They're not young anymore. How can they be considered little girls? Song Qing smiled embarrassedly and tried to change the topic. A man who doesn't mean what he says. Huang Rong snorted slightly. However, she was a smart woman and did not harp on this issue. Song Qing saw that the situation was about to bring trouble to himself, so he hurriedly said, "I've answered your question. Are you satisfied with the answer? If you're not satisfied, I can tell you what happened last night." No, Huang Rong hurriedly waved her hand. She knew how unnatural her smile was at that moment. "I am satisfied. Since that's the case, it's my turn to ask." Song Qing looked at her maliciously. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She knew that he would definitely ask something that she would find difficult to say. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. "It's already late. Let's stop here for today. If you have any questions, you can continue asking them tomorrow." Song Qing's smile suddenly froze. Tonight, he had painstakingly built up an ambiguous atmosphere and made Huang Rong open her heart. If it was any other time, how could she be as bold as she was now? Tonight, there were many coincidences that led to this situation. How could there be such a good opportunity in the future? "Rong, aren't you being shameless?" Song Qing was extremely depressed. This lady is being shameless. If you don't like it, then bite me." Huang Rong raised her chin and turned her body. As her skirt fluttered, she was about to get up and leave. However, Huang Rong didn't feel smug for too long. She had originally planned to enter the inner room to accompany her husband, who knew that when she lifted the curtain, her eyes would suddenly darken. It turned out that Song Qing had arrived later and was already blocking her way. She couldn't stop in time and bumped into his arms. "Ah!" Huang Rong exclaimed. However, the exclamation stopped abruptly and only a muffled sound remained. Huang Rong's eyes widened. She didn't expect Song Qing to be so bold as to directly kiss her. By the time Huang Rong reacted, her lips had already been invaded. His tongue had pried open her pearly white teeth and was constantly teasing her tongue. At that moment, Huang Rong recalled the scene of the two kissing last night. That electric shock made her feel a little dazed. However, in the end, she didn't indulge in this feeling that made her heart race. After all, this wasn't a special situation like last night. Last night, she passionately responded to Song Qing's kiss mainly because he didn't know her identity. However, now that the two of them were face to face and her husband was just a curtain away, how could she dare to be so presumptuous? Pushing Song Qing away, Huang Rong was embarrassed and angry. "What are you doing? Didn't you ask me to bite you?" Song Qing had a silly expression on his face. "In my entire life, this is the first time I've heard such an unexpected request. Naturally, I have to satisfy you." "You?" Huang Rong was speechless for a moment. She knew that the other party was deliberately pretending to be crazy and stupid. However, her own words were ambiguous. She didn't want to be entangled with Song Qing here, so she could only swallow this loss in silence. "Get out of the way, I want to go in." "Rong, this is your fault. Clearly, we agreed to take turns asking questions. In the end, after you asked me, you stopped playing. Isn't that too much?" Song Qing put one hand on the curtain. Huang Rong pushed a few times, but it didn't budge. Then asked. Huang Rong knew that she was in the wrong. She snorted and returned to the table. She had already made up her mind. When the time came, she would just randomly make up a story to deal with him. He wouldn't know whether it was true or not. This is the style of a heroine, gang leader Huang. Song Qing walked over with a smile. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for her. He asked casually, "Since you asked me that kind of question just now, let me ask you something similar. When did Hero Gua make you happiest? Please describe the process in detail. I don't have as many scruples as you do. Of course, the more details, the better." Looking at Song Qing's smiling face, Huang Rong wanted to pick up the teacup in front of her and throw it at him. With great difficulty, she suppressed this tempting thought and began to think about how to deal with this question. Hearing this question, Huang Rong instinctively began to recall everything that had happened since her marriage with Jing Guo. The happiest time for her had to be on Peach Blossom Island. She had been carefree and had just gotten married. Compared to her days in Xiangyang City, it was like heaven. But when it came to a specific time, Huang Rong was shocked to find that she couldn't remember. No matter how hard she tried, the scene from last night would always appear in her mind. Compared to last night, how could the previous night be considered as happiness? Chapter 709. Huang Rong's face was a little pale. She hurriedly suppressed her chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "Brother Jing made me happiest when he came to Peach Blossom Island to propose. He defeated Ouyang Ku and passed my father's test." Song Qing was dumbfounded. "Is that even possible?" Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a sly smile. "Why not? This is completely in line with your question." Song Qing then remembered that the woman in front of him used to be a troublemaker. He could not help but look depressed. "Okay, you pass. Now it's my turn to ask a question." Seeing that it was so easy to deal with, Huang Rong had no more scruples. Moreover, she was really interested in this game. "Ask away." Song Qing looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and had experienced all kinds of dirty jokes in the future. He really could not think of a reason to be afraid of her question. "You have so many confidants around you. Who do you love the most?" To Song Qing's surprise, Huang Rong did not continue to ask about that. Instead, she asked a very refreshing question. "Who do you love the most?" A trace of confusion flashed in Song Qing's eyes. Zhou Zhirua, Xia Qingqing, Icy Snow, Ajio, Dongfang Mushi. Names appeared in his mind one after another. He loved every one of them, but unfortunately, even he did not know who he loved the most. "It seems that I really have the potential to be a stud horse." Song Qing smiled bitterly. He quickly put away his thoughts and said to Huang Rong with a smile, "I love you the most." Glib and not serious. Huang Rong obviously did not choose her words carefully. Although she knew that Song Qing was lying, her heart still pounded when a man confessed to her like this. "Is this how you respond to my confession? That's so sad." Song Qing made an extremely aggrieved expression. Huang Rong could not help but laugh. "I'm afraid of you. You passed this question, okay? Then it's my turn to ask you?" Song Qing laughed. "Ask away." Huang Rong smiled. The two of them had chatted for a while, and were no longer reserved and worried at the beginning. "Rong do you think that accompanying Hero Guo to defend Xiangyang will give you hope of successfully retiring?" To Huang Rong's surprise, Song Qing didn't ask any embarrassing questions this time. "Of course there is hope. Didn't the Mongols retreat? As long as we can defeat the Jin's wild ambitions." Huang Rong was still smiling at the beginning, but as she spoke, she could no longer force a smile. The southern Song dynasty was dark and the generals were useless. However, the nomadic countries in the north were all prospering. Their armies were full of tigers and wolves, especially the Mongols. Perhaps ordinary people really thought that the Mongols and the Song dynasty had become allies, but someone like Huang Rong could clearly see that the Mongols were only retreating in order to advance. The next time they made a comeback, they would definitely win. Huang Rong thought about it but could not see the way out of Xiangyang. What hope was there? In the past, she subconsciously avoided this question. As long as her family could live together, she would be happy every day. But now that Song Qing brought it up, she could no longer avoid it. Seeing Huang Rong's silence, Song Qing sighed and said, "Rong you've shouldered too much for Xiangyang. With your martial arts skills and status, you could have lived a happy life even in troubled times. Why do you have to get involved in this mess?" Huang Rong smiled sadly. Brother Jing works for the country and the people. As his wife, of course I have to support him. Song Qing sighed. Hero Guo works for the country and the people, but has he ever cared about his family? Perhaps in the hearts of the world, he is an indomitable hero, a chivalrous man, but in my heart, he is not a good husband. He made his wife change from a mischievous and carefree girl to a woman who is always worried and scheming. It is really a reckless waste of God's gift. Song Qing did not say anything. In the original novel, Guojing let Huang Rong be chased by the Mongolians like a stray dog when she was about to give birth. He did not show his face and only cared about his Xiangyang city. If it were not for Yang Guo's help, Huang Rong and her daughter would have died. Now that Huang Rong was not pregnant, these things did not happen. Song Qing suddenly had a strange look on his face when he thought of the lively girl in the original novel. If he had taken Huang Rong away, would there still be Guoxiang in the world? Shut up, don't say bad things about Brother Jing. Song Qing was still daydreaming when Huang Rong stood up with a frosty face. She said coldly, "A gentleman does not criticize others behind their back. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I was wrong about you. Isn't this because I'm fighting for you?" Seeing that Huang Rong's face was getting uglier, Song Qing hurriedly raised his hand and smiled bitterly. "Forget it, Rong. You are right. It was a slip of the tongue. My behavior was indeed a bit despicable." Seeing that he admitted his mistake, Huang Rong's face softened. After sitting back down, she said, "Prince Song, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. But if there is a next time, I will not treat you as my friend." Song Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly grabbed her hands and said, "So Rong treats me as a friend." Huang Rong blushed and withdrew her hands unnaturally. She said grumpily, "Of course I treat you as a friend. Otherwise, why would I talk to you like this? It would be better if last night's incident did not happen." Huang Rong added in her heart, "Ha, that's good, that's good." Song Qing realized that his behavior was rude and hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I was too excited." Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. "Now it's my turn to ask you, right? Go ahead, Rong." Song Qing laughed. Huang Rong hesitated and asked, "You took such a big risk to save Brother Jing this time. Do you have improper thoughts about me?" She regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. It was fine as long as everyone knew the answer to this question. She shouldn't have brought it up to the table. However, she didn't know why, but at that moment she threw her rationality out of the window and asked the question. "Yes." Song Qing's answer was simple and powerful. His burning gaze made Huang Rong flustered. She hurriedly changed the topic. "It's your turn. Rong how often do you and your wife make out?" Song Qing had an inexplicable smile on his face. Huang Rong secretly spat. This person was really shameless. He had already revealed his true nature and asked this kind of question. But Huang Rong quickly fell into a dilemma. If she told the truth, Brother Jing was busy with the defense of Xiangyang and did not have the opportunity to touch her even once a year. Wouldn't that make her husband lose face and give Song Qing an opportunity to take advantage of? But if she made up a lie and said that the two of them made out every day, Huang Rong subconsciously looked at Song Qing. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to tell him that she was frequently used by other men, even if that man was her husband. Huang Rong took a deep breath and bit her lower lip. "I refuse to answer this question. I choose dare." Chapter 710. Dare. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and stared at her with a faint smile. "Rong are you sure you want to choose dare?" "Yes." Huang Rong took a deep breath, but her heart was extremely calm. She thought to herself, "I'm not a fool. If your request is too much, I won't play anymore. Rong in case you don't know the rules of the game, let me confirm with you again. No matter what request the other party makes, you must do as he says. Do you still want to choose dare?" Song Qingshu's expression was rather playful, causing Huang Rong to panic in her heart. She couldn't help but slightly regret this choice. However, she was also an extremely stubborn person in her bones. She thought in her heart, since I have a way out, why should I admit defeat in front of him? I've thought it through. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Huang Rong raised her chin, and her smooth and delicate neck was dazzling under the light. Song Qingshu smiled strangely and sat down on the stool. He waved at her and said, "Come, come here." Seeing his legs spread apart and his face strange, it was difficult for Huang Rong not to have some strange thoughts. Her face turned slightly cold. "What do you want me to do? This stool is too hard, and I don't want to knock Rong-er, so I invited Rong-er to sit on my lap. I guarantee that it will be much softer and more comfortable than a hard stool." Song Qingshu smiled. Huang Rong was stunned. "This is the dare you want me to do?" Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. "Why is it difficult? Why don't I change it?" "No, it's not difficult." Huang Rong's face turned slightly red. She had imagined countless possibilities in her mind. She had always thought that the other party would make some excessive request, but she didn't expect him to make such a request in the end. Although sitting on his lap was a little inappropriate, it was much better than what she had expected. Huang Rong naturally did not dare to ask Song Qingshu to change his request. Who knew what kind of embarrassing things would happen then? Afraid that Song Qingshu would suddenly change his request, Huang Rong lifted the hem of her dress and walked over. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly realized that her behavior was too unreserved. It was as if she desperately wanted to sit in his arms. Seeing Huang Rong stop in her tracks and her expression change, Song Qingshu smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to grab at the air. Huang Rong felt a soft force coming from him, causing her to lose her balance. When she came to her senses, she found herself sitting on Song Qingshu's lap. Due to her long years of etiquette education, she subconsciously wanted to stand up, but Song Qingshu's hand was soft but firm around her waist, so she couldn't move at all. Huang Rong sighed. In any case, she had agreed to dare. The only thing that made her happy was that other than holding her waist, Song Qingshu's hand didn't do anything excessive. "Rong-er, your body is so soft." Separated by 2 layers of clothes, Song Qingshu could keenly feel the amazing softness and elasticity of her legs. Huang Rong's face heated up. She used the hair beside her ear to hide the unnatural expression on her face. "I have already done as you asked. Is it my turn to ask you?" Song Qingshu showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. Of course, with a warm and fragrant body in his arms, it would be strange if he didn't enjoy it. "What is your Golden Snake Battalion's final plan?" Huang Rong was really curious. Since the last defeat of the Qing army and the armistice with the Manchurian Qing, the Golden Snake Battalion had gradually gained a foothold and became a force that couldn't be ignored in the world. But in the eyes of most people, it was nothing more than that. Limited by their own strength, the Golden Snake Battalion was at most a warlord of a region. In the end, there were only 2 paths. One was to be destroyed by the surrounding powerful countries, and the other was to rely on a certain country and eventually be annexed. The reason why Huang Rong asked this question was to see if she could guide the Golden Snake Battalion to rely on the Southern Song dynasty. If they could successfully subdue such a powerful warlord, the status of the husband and wife in the imperial court would be incomparable to what it was now. Huang Rong could take the opportunity to plan for her husband to officially enter the center of the imperial court. Only by influencing the decisions of the imperial court could she barely see a glimmer of hope in the future. But now, as a person of Jianghu, helping to defend the city, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of destruction. Of course, Huang Rong didn't just want to make use of Song Qingshu. She planned to push him into the imperial court. Compared to the honest brother Jing, Song Qingshu was more suitable for her plan. When the time came, the 2 of them would support each other, and maybe they could really fight for a chance of survival. He didn't expect Huang Rong to ask such a formal question. Song Qingshu pondered for a while before spitting out 8 words: expel the Tartars and restore China. Hearing his answer, Huang Rong's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. As intelligent as she was, she naturally knew the hidden weight behind these 8 words. Even though she had always thought that Song Qingshu wasn't the kind of heaven's chosen one who was willing to be under others, she never thought that his ambition would be so great. Like a tiger that could swallow 10,000 li. These words subconsciously appeared in Huang Rong's mind. She couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. She had always thought that he was only fighting for supremacy in Jianghu. Who would have thought that his ambition was actually to conquer the world? It would be great if Brother Jing was like him. Huang Rong's expression turned gloomy. All these years of helping the Southern Song defend Xiangyang, it could be said that she had been working for others. If that was all, it wouldn't have been so bad. After all, she and her husband didn't have too much ambition. But the darkness in the officialdom had really chilled her heart. It was one thing for the local officials to impede each other in order to compete for merits, which led to the loss of good opportunities. But the big shots in the court often played dirty tricks, either by delaying the payment of the army's pay or deliberately delaying the food and fodder. All kinds of dirty tricks led to the failure of the war, just to have one more reason to attack the political enemies. Countless times Huang Rong had wanted to leave, but her husband had made up his mind to stay in Xiangyang. She could only follow her husband's lead. Countless nights she would think that it would be great if she could control the imperial court. Although she wouldn't dare to say that she would be able to recover the Central Plains, she would be able to prevent the nomadic regime in the north from taking a step further. But this thought only flashed in her mind for a moment. Huang Rong knew how childish and laughable this thought was. Not to mention that she was a woman. Even if she was an extremely talented man, how could she control the imperial court? The imperial court had always been the result of several factions balancing and compromising each other. Even the emperor couldn't do whatever he wanted, let alone her. But Song Qingshu's ambition made her see another possibility. Since she couldn't do it, why not break all the rules and build a new regime from scratch? Without the cumbersome officialdom, without the various conspirators holding her back, she would probably be able to fully display what she had learned. But Huang Rong quickly dispelled this tempting idea. As the daughter of the Eastern heretic, she had never been a person who stuck to the rules. Rebellion wouldn't scare her. But it was a pity that her husband was Guo Jing, not Song Qingshu. Chapter 711. What? Did I scare you? Song Qing could not help but laugh when he saw Huang Rong remain silent. It is indeed somewhat surprising. Huang Rong withdrew her thoughts and subconsciously tucked her hair behind her ear. She picked up the teacup on the table and handed it to Song Qing. This is also the hope of all the Han people in the world. Here, I will use tea in place of wine to wish Gongzi success. Looking at the fair hand holding the teacup in front of him, Song Qing was slightly dazed. He smiled and said, "Rong-er, I must drink this cup of tea, but I have to change the way I drink it." How? Huang Rong was stunned. Just like this. Song Qing's hand that was holding the teacup passed by her forearm and returned to his face. Greater than or equal to? Huang Rong's snow-white face suddenly turned red, and she said with some panic, "Don't mess around, this is how to drink the nuptial wine." Song Qing shrugged, looked at the teacup in front of him and asked, "Is this wine? It looks like tea." Huang Rong was stunned and nodded subconsciously. "Since it's not wine, what kind of wine is it?" Song Qing smiled and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. His eyes shined as he looked at the pretty face in front of him that was as delicate as porcelain. "Rong-er offered me a toast, but you don't want to drink it. Could it be that you don't want to expel the Tatars and restore China?" "Of course not." Huang Rong was angry and anxious. "What's the matter with you?" Song Qing's expression became serious. "Of course it's the same thing. In my opinion, if you don't drink this cup of tea, I'm afraid the heavens are foretelling the failure of this enterprise. I used to think that I had a glib tongue, but compared to you, I'm really ashamed." Huang Rong glared at him. "I'll drink it, okay?" Although her posture was a little inappropriate, as Song Qing said, she wasn't drinking wine. Therefore, Huang Rong didn't continue to insist. She raised her head and drank the tea in one gulp. As Song Qing watched Huang Rong swallow the tea, her slender, snow-white neck slid slightly, and he suddenly felt his heart move. "Are you satisfied now?" Huang Rong shook the empty teacup in front of Song Qing and rolled her eyes at him. "I can't be more satisfied." Song Qing smiled. Huang Rong's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of craftiness. "If there comes a day when you can drive away the Tatars and unify the North, will you lead an army to the south? I don't want to fight a tiger like you after fighting the Mongols and the Jin in Xiangyang." Song Qing shrugged and said firmly, "I will." Huang Rong was shocked in her heart. She was just asking casually. After all, she didn't think that he could really unify the North. But for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in her heart when she heard his answer. Could it be that I really have to become enemies with him when the time comes? Seeing her pale face, Song Qing added, "When the time comes, I will lead hundreds of elite soldiers to the city of Xiangyang and declare that as long as I get you, I will immediately retreat. Rong do you think the southern Song dynasty will offer you up to avoid a military disaster?" Huang Rong was startled. With the shameless conduct of the officials in the court, this was not impossible. But she quickly reacted and snorted, "I'm not a commodity. If that happens, I can just leave. Besides, Brother Jing will protect me." Song Qing said playfully, "With Hirogua's heart for the world, I'm afraid the first one to decide to sacrifice you will be him." Huang Rong's face turned pale. "Shut up. Brother Jing will never do that to me." "That's not necessarily true," Song Qing continued. "On one side is the common people, and on the other side is his beloved wife. If I have to choose one, if I'm not wrong, Hirogua will definitely choose the common people." Seeing that Huang Rong's face was about to change, Song Qing added, "Of course, Hirogua loves you so much. If he makes such a decision, he must be in great pain. He can't face you and can only commit suicide to apologize to his wife." Thinking of the scene of Xiao Feng's suicide outside Yanmen Pass in the original work, Song Qing was filled with emotion. When a person has no other choice, death is the only ending. When Huang Rong saw that Song Qing was once again trying to drive a wedge between their husband and wife, she was furious. However, his last sentence extinguished all her anger. With her intelligence, it was not difficult for her to simulate her husband's choice in that kind of situation. Perhaps it really would be as he said. Seeing Huang Rong's desolate face, Song Qing smiled. "Rong do you really think I'll have the chance to bring hundreds of troops to Xiangyang to demand you back?" Huang Rong looked at him deeply. "After a long time," she said, "although I don't think it's possible if that day really comes. I hope you won't bring troops to Xiangyang. I'll take the initiative to find you first." "Are you afraid that if I really bring troops to Xiangyang, Hirogua will be forced into a dead end?" Song Qing saw through her with one look. Huang Rong hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Song Qing immediately smiled. His smile was somewhat proud. "I wonder what Rong will find me for?" The corners of Huang Rong's lips curled up, sweeping away her previous shyness. Her face was brimming with a different kind of expression. "Do whatever you want." This time it was Song Qing's turn to be stunned. He did not expect such an answer from her. Just as he was about to say something, Huang Rong giggled. "Look at you, I really think there will be a day when you unify the North." Song Qing stopped smiling. In this world, nothing is impossible. The confidence on his face stunned Huang Rong. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Maybe there will really be such a day. Rong remember what you said today. Hearing Huang Rong's answer, Song Qing was in a good mood. Huang Rong blushed and snorted. What did I say just now? Why don't I remember? Song Qing looked at her thoughtfully and said lightly, You will remember when the time comes. The smile on Huang Rong's face slowly disappeared. Both of them were smart people. Both of them knew that if that really happened, she would be the only choice. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, Song Qing suddenly changed his words. Now it's my turn to ask a question? Huang Rong also calmed herself down. After all, worrying about that kind of situation would be groundless. She could not help but smile gently, ask. Following that, the two of them did not ask too many questions. Most of them were related to the trivial matters of life. After a few rounds of questions and answers, both of them had a deeper understanding of each other, and their relationship seemed to have become closer. It's getting late, why don't we call it a night? With the current posture of the two of them, not to mention Song Qing, even Huang Rong felt a little uneasy. She knew that the atmosphere was harmonious, and it was a good time to end it. This time around, you were the one who asked the question first, so I still have one last question? Song Qing's smile suddenly became strange. What a stingy man! Huang Rong snorted, then asked. Chapter 7:12. Huang Rong had been waiting for the last question to end tonight's conversation. Who knew that Song Qing would say something like that? It was just a few words, and Song Qing's voice was very soft, but to Huang Rong it was earth-shattering. He knows, he knows. Huang Rong felt her vision go black and her soft body stiffened. She almost fell to the ground. Song Qing held Huang Rong's shoulder to prevent her from falling. He said with a faint smile, Why, is this question difficult to answer? Huang Rong wanted to strangle him to death when she saw his evil smile. Was this question not difficult to answer? NP, less than or equal to, how would he know? I planned everything perfectly, there's no way he would know. Huang Rong's mind was in a mess. She did not respond to Song Qing but thought quickly in her mind. But after a few thoughts, she gave up on this question. After all, Song Qing already knew. It was useless to think about where the flaw was. Huang Rong quickly began to think about how to salvage the situation. I must not let Brother Jing know. This was the first thought that came to Huang Rong's mind. But she also knew that it was easier said than done. Song Qing would definitely use this as a threat to achieve his long-term goal. Was she really going to do something wrong to Brother Jing just to hide it from him? After all, Huang Rong wasn't a weak person. She quickly made a decision. If Song Qing really wanted to threaten her, she could just confess the truth to Brother Jing. She couldn't continue to make mistakes. Of course, Huang Rong knew that she could only tell the truth after they left Kaifeng City. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. First, Brother Jing might kill Song Qing in a rage. But now that he was seriously injured, he was no match for Song Qing. Second, Song Qing would think of killing them when he saw that the truth had been exposed. Then, he would blame the whole thing on the Jin people. That would be really secretive. Although Huang Rong's mind was in a mess, she forced herself to think through the whole thing in order. She made a final decision. She would pretend to be a snake to Song Qing first, and when she and Brother Jing safely returned to Xiangyang, she would confess to him. Rong-er. Seeing that Huang Rong was silent and her body was trembling violently, Song Qing couldn't help but reach out and shake her. Are you okay? Huang Rong's face turned pale. She forced a smile and said, I'm fine. Looking at Song Qing's innocent face, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Can you tell me the answer now? Song Qing looked into her eyes. In fact, when Song Qing entered her body last night, Huang Rong already had an answer in her heart, but how could she say it out loud? What's more, it involved her husband's dignity. She had already let her husband down, so how could she trample on his dignity in front of other men? Huang Rong took a deep breath and answered ambiguously, Who do you think is older? How would I know? Song Qing shrugged. Rong-er, you've experienced it yourself. Only you know. How shameless! Huang Rong secretly spat. She and Guo Jing had been married for so many years, but she had never said such explicit words in private. This man was really thick-skinned. Of course it's brother Jing who's older. Huang Rong braced herself and said something against her will. Song Qing frowned and revealed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? What's impossible? Huang Rong snorted coldly. But Ajio and Jiruo were all subdued by my greatness, Song Qing said in distress. Seeing that Song Qing's words were becoming more and more outrageous, Huang Rong cursed in her heart. But now that things had come to this, she could only continue to insist. They don't know brother Jing's situation. That's true. Song Qing nodded sadly. I thought my ambition was big enough, but I didn't expect Hirogua's to be even bigger. Does he want to unify the world? Huang Rong was stunned. You're asking who has the bigger ambition? What else do you think? Song Qing looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Huang Rong's previously pale face suddenly turned red. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Song Qing's voice rang out at the right time. Rong, what were you comparing? Huang Rong said hatefully, I don't know. Really? Song Qing smiled even more happily. But from what you said just now, why did it sound like you were comparing that something? Huang Rong was embarrassed and anxious. She suddenly turned around and stamped her feet at the same time. I don't understand what you're talking about. Song Qing ignored her and said, Rong, it's not surprising that you know brother Jing's size, but how do you know mine? Huang Rong took a deep breath and steadied her chaotic breathing. Young Master Song, please conduct yourself with dignity. Behave myself. Song Qing's voice became a bit ethereal. But not long ago, I accidentally looked down from Rong-er's collar. There seemed to be a lot of love bites on Rong-er's body. If I remember correctly, Hero Guo was still in prison at that time. Huang Rong was shocked and subconsciously covered her collar. Only then did she realize that this was the flaw. She also realized that Song Qing was just deliberately teasing her. Prince Song, I don't understand what you want to say. Huang Rong pretended to know nothing and said with a smile. I want to know, who is that lucky man? Song Qing stared at her with burning eyes. Huang Rong looked away unnaturally. You think too much. There is no man. Song Qing couldn't help laughing. Rong, in fact, we don't need to test each other like this. There are a lot of things that need to be said directly. Huang Rong was shocked and looked at him nervously. She didn't know what he was going to say. Song Qing walked to the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the quiet night sky outside. He seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. After a long time, he said, Last night? I really didn't know it was you. Huang Rong's heart jumped. What should come finally came. She had imagined countless possibilities before, but when it came, she found that it was not as difficult to deal with as she had imagined. After a long silence, she replied, I know. I'm really sorry. I thought it was Mrs. Tang, so I was so rude last night. Song Qing turned around and looked at her apologetically. Do I have to apologize for this kind of thing? Huang Rong almost died of anger. She bit her lip and said coldly, I don't want to hear anything about last night. It was just a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. Song Qing immediately understood what she meant. She meant that she didn't blame him for what happened last night, and she didn't want to pursue it. Her only request was that both of them forget about it. Chapter 713. This sentence resonated in Huang Rong's heart. What happened last night was indeed unforgettable. Putting aside the moral torment, she had to admit that the experience was unprecedentedly wonderful and happy. Unfortunately, when she thought of losing her chastity to a man other than her husband, all the wonderful feelings instantly turned into a lash on her conscience. I have to forget even if I can't. Huang Rong's voice was no longer trembling and hesitant. It was as if she had instantly returned to the decisive beggar sect leader. Unfortunately, I don't intend to forget. Song Qingshu shook his head. Huang Rong gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes full of anger. You took advantage of me last night, and I don't intend to pursue it anymore. What more do you want? That's a great advantage indeed. Song Qingshu nodded, obviously agreeing with her statement. But my appetite is also very big. Huang Rong's hands and feet instantly turned cold. What do you mean? Rong-er, I think you know how I feel about you. Song Qingshu's eyes slid across the delicate face in front of him. He could not help but sigh at the magic of the Creator. Because of your identity, I have always maintained a certain degree of restraint. Rong-er, you should be able to feel it. Huang Rong's face heated up, and she gave a soft "mm" as she recalled what happened between the two of them. It was indeed as he had said. Although Song Qingshu often did some ambiguous things, it was all for a reason. Generally speaking, he was still a man of etiquette. If not for that, she wouldn't have fallen asleep on his bed last night without any precaution. Thinking of this, Huang Rong's teeth itched with hatred. She had been deceived by his gentlemanly side. But since what happened last night, a lot of restraint is unnecessary. Song Qingshu continued. Huang Rong was shocked. What do you want? To be my woman. Whether it was as Kangxi or as the Golden Snake King, he had been in a high position for a long time. Once he became serious, his voice carried an inexplicable majesty and unquestionable authority. Impossible. Huang Rong flatly refused. Why? Song Qingshu asked calmly. Because I already have a husband and a daughter, Huang Rong hastily explained. Because I already have a husband and a daughter, and because of this, I will not be tolerated by the world. Huang Rong hastily explained. However, after giving a few reasons, she couldn't help but be stunned. Why did she have to explain so clearly? A refusal was a refusal, and there was no need for a reason. It's easy to solve your husband's problem. As long as he's dead, it's normal for you to remarry. Song Qingshu's voice was cold. Huang Rong's heart turned cold and she hurriedly said, If something happens to Brother Jing, I'll bite my tongue to kill myself rather than satisfy your wish. Song Qingshu's expression was gloomy. After a long while, he sighed and said, Forget it. Hirogua is a great hero after all. He's a totem in the hearts of countless people. I've always admired his integrity. How could he do something that would anger both men and gods? Rong-er, don't be afraid. I won't use despicable means to deal with Hirogua. Hearing this, Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief and subconsciously believed him. Although there was no guarantee, she felt that Song Qingshu's courage was not that kind of despicable person. After thinking about it, the only way to get you is to do as I said before and send troops to Xiangyang. In the face of absolute power, all the criticism in the world is nothing. Moreover, I'll bear all the notoriety, and it won't damage the reputation of you and your wife. Song Qingshu frowned as if he was thinking hard and talking to himself. Okay, I'll wait for that day. Huang Rong knew that the possibility of that day happening was almost zero, so she didn't mind delaying the deadline indefinitely. Song Qingshu shook his head. I know what you're thinking. You must think that I'm just boasting, but I believe that this day will eventually come. It's just that it might take 10 or 20 years for that day to come. By then, we'll both be old. Since ancient times, beauties have been like famous generals, and they're not allowed to see their hair turn white. I can't wait that long. Huang Rong subconsciously took a step back and asked, What do you want? Song Qingshu said in a low voice, I'm afraid it'll be 10 years before you can be my woman openly. But if you just want to be my lover in secret, you can start from now. Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. Why? Who do you think you are? You know what I'm talking about. Song Qingshu looked very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Huang Rong also fell silent, because she knew that what Song Qingshu said was true. Whether it was his martial arts, or the 9 manual soul-shifting technique, in addition to the fact that Brother Jing's life was in his hands, if Song Qingshu really wanted to take her body, it could be said that she had no power to resist. If it was in the past, even if she was in an absolute disadvantage, she could use her intelligence to find a solution. But after what happened last night, all of this became meaningless. Her innocence was already gone. What difference would it make if she did it more or less? Rong-er, I believe that you're a smart woman. You should know the difference between taking the initiative to promise me and forcing me to do it. Song Qingshu looked at her deeply. You're a demon. Huang Rong trembled. Why didn't I discover your true colors earlier? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. That's because I couldn't bear to use these methods to deal with you. I hope you won't force me to show my demon side in front of you. Huang Rong was silent again. After a long time, she said, I can promise you, but you must agree to a few conditions. Song Qingshu snapped his fingers. Rong-er is really smart. If you force me to force you, you won't have a chance to talk terms with me. What are your conditions? As long as it's not too much, I can consider it. First, you must guarantee Brother Jing's safety. You can't do anything to him. No problem. Song Qingshu agreed very straightforwardly. Second, this matter is only between you and me. You absolutely can't reveal it to a third person, not even to the people closest to you. Huang Rong's expression became more and more calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. You're afraid that I'll deliberately let Hirogua know and ruin your relationship. Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry, I won't do that. If he really found out, it would be boring. You can't tell others, such as Miss Zhou, Miss Audiobook, and the others. Huang Rong bit her lip and added, No problem. Is there anything else? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Third, this relationship is limited to within Kaifeng City. In the future, you're not allowed to disturb my life. Huang Rong looked at him quietly. Dividing line. Chapter 7:14. No. Song Qingshu refused directly. I want you to be my lover for a lifetime, not just for a few days. That's impossible for a lifetime. Huang Rong's attitude was also very firm. If that's the case, I'll be honest with Brother Jing. I believe he won't blame me. Even if you kill us, we'll still be a pair of mandarin ducks that share the same fate. Looking at her firm eyes, Song Qingshu sighed. Okay, then let's limit it to 10 years. After 10 years, I should be able to find you openly. We don't need to be sneaky anymore. 1 year. Huang Rong raised her head and looked at him stubbornly. Song Qingshu frowned. 3 years. Seeing that Huang Rong still wanted to say something, Song Qingshu said coldly, This is my bottom line. You should know that I can totally not agree to these conditions of yours. Huang Rong's face alternated between green and white. It was obvious that she was having a fierce psychological struggle. Song Qingshu timely said, Rong-er, in fact, you're thinking too much. I have so many things to do right now. I travel between countries all day long. At most, I can find you once or twice a year when I have free time. Do you think this frequency is unacceptable? Huang Rong knew that he was not lying. If it was an ordinary man who had an outstanding beauty like her as his lover, perhaps he would stay by her side all day long. However, Song Qingshu was different from ordinary people. He had great ambitions and was not the kind of man who was willing to indulge in the land of gentleness. Moreover, he had so many fairy-like lovers by his side, so he had even less time to look for her. Okay, 3 years it is. But you have to promise me that when you find me, you can't affect my normal life. Also, whether I'm willing to accompany you or not depends on my mood. Huang Rong snorted, and her face flashed with the slyness of a young girl. It's not difficult to not affect your normal life, but whether you accompany me or not depends on your mood. When the time comes, you definitely won't be willing. Song Qingshu was not Ouyang Ku. He would not forget himself in front of a beauty. If I don't even have this little power, then wouldn't I be purely a tool for you to vent your desires? Huang Rong said angrily. This. Song Qingshu was still a little hesitant. Huang Rong had too many tricks up her sleeve. If he was accidentally led into a trap by her, it would be a big loss. Humph, didn't you boast that whatever martial art is #1 in the world? If you're really that good, are you afraid that I won't be willing to accompany you? Huang Rong turned her face to the side after she finished speaking. From Song Qingshu's point of view, he could see that her crystal ears seemed to have a layer of pink. Song Qingshu finally smiled. Okay, I promise you. Seeing that Song Qingshu was staring at her, the silence in the room made Huang Rong a little flustered. She hurriedly added, there's a condition, Rong tell me. Song Qingshu didn't think much of it. Huang Rong willingly agreed to be his lover was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Speaking of which, Madame Tang was their matchmaker. If it weren't for her, last night's incident wouldn't have happened. If it weren't for the fact that the rice was cooked last night, how would Huang Rong agree so easily? Song Qingshu was in a good mood at the moment. It wasn't difficult for him to agree to a few small requests from her. Huang Rong had actually only thought of the 3 conditions. Her mind was a mess, but she was afraid that if she didn't say it, she wouldn't have another chance later. She could only randomly say, in the future, if anything happens to Xiangyang, you can't refuse if I ask for your help. Sure. Song Qingshu carefully thought about it. Xiangyang's safety was actually in line with his interests. The southern Song dynasty was now relying on the natural barrier of the Yangtze River, and Xiangyang was the gateway to the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. If Xiangyang was lost, the nomads from the north would come down with the river, and the small southern Song dynasty would be destroyed in an instant. What Song Qingshu needed the most now was time. Only when the big countries kept each other in check could he benefit from both sides and expand. Seeing that Song Qingshu had agreed, Huang Rong was delighted. After all, Song Qingshu was not only skilled in martial arts, but also had tens of thousands of elite soldiers under his command. With this strong support, defending Xiangyang would be much easier. But I won't help you for free every time. While I'm helping you, you have to accompany me, Song Qingshu suddenly said. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She angrily said, Brother Jing and I are both in Xiangyang City. When the time comes, how can I accompany you? Song Qingshu shrugged. I don't care. It's your business. Seeing that Huang Rong was confused, Song Qingshu reminded her, Ronger, you are so smart. When the time comes, you can make up any reason to come to me. For example, you can discuss intelligence and make tactical plans with me. Why would Hero Gua suspect you? Huang Rong blushed. She looked at him in surprise. You are so young. I don't know where you learned so many dirty tricks. Song Qingshu smiled. This is all thanks to the passionate performances of the Japanese artists, and the influence of the foreign artists day and night. Of course, there are also some gentleman literary works in our country. Huang Rong was confused. What artists? What Japanese? She did not understand. She only had some impression of Japan. Japan? Is it neon? That's right. Song Qingshu smiled. Seeing his strange smile, Huang Rong knew it was not something good. She quickly stopped asking questions. Do you have any other conditions? Rong, you have to seize the opportunity. I won't wait for you. Song Qingshu asked. Also, Huang Rong hurriedly agreed, but she couldn't think of anything that needed his help at the moment. Song Qingshu was also urging her on. In a moment of desperation, she thought of something. Fu accidentally chopped off one of Yanggua's arms. Brother Jing was very angry and wanted to chop off one of Fu's arms as compensation. I had no choice but to let Fu go to Peach Blossom Island. But she is very playful and may slip into Jianghu to play. Nowadays, Jianghu is very dangerous. Do you have any way to protect her? Song Qingshu frowned. If she is in Shandong, it won't be a problem. But if she is in other places, I'm afraid I can't help her. Huang Rong was disappointed. That's true. This time, Yang Guo and Wan Yenyang are working together to deal with you. Does Hero Guo still want to see Guofu's hand? Song Qingshu asked. Huang Rong sighed. Brother Jing is a righteous man. He feels that we caused Yang Kang's death. He feels guilty towards the Yang family. Now that Fu Er cut off Guo Er's hand, I'm afraid Brother Jing won't forgive Fu Er so easily. I don't dare to bring her back to Xiangyang. I have a way to make Hero Guo not cut off Fu Er's hand. Song Qingshu's words immediately piqued Huang Rong's curiosity. What way? Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. Song Qingshu's lips curled into a faint smile. When the time comes, you can ask Hero Guo to betroth your daughter to me and Fu Er will become my fiancé. Will Hero Guo still cut off her hand? Chapter 7:15. Song Qingshu spread out his hands and cried, I was just trying to get Hero Guo to give up on chopping off his daughter's hand. What else could he have been thinking? You know what you were thinking. Huang Rong snorted coldly. Alright, I was just messing with you. Song Qingshu laughed. You're thinking too much. I just wanted to show Hero Guo that he's interested in Guofu. Is he really going to chop off Guofu's hand for the sake of me, his savior? What father doesn't love his daughter? Do you really think Hero Guo would be willing to chop off Fu Er's hand? I gave him a way out. Plus, Yang Guo attacked you this time. All you have to do is say a few words and everything will be over. Besides, I was just putting on a show. Do you really think I'm interested in that stubborn girl? I have so many women around me. I'm afraid that she'll chop me in the middle of the night if I offend her. Fu Er isn't as stubborn as you make her out to be, Huang Rong blushed. Besides, you're such a shameless bastard. If you really do get choked, it's God's justice. Song Qingshu moved closer to her and said with a drooling face, If I'm really killed, won't you become a widow? Huang Rong spat, You're not my husband. I may not be your husband, but I am your man. Song Qingshu put his hands on her shoulders and his lips touched the skin on the back of her neck. What do you want? Huang Rong's voice trembled. You know what I want. Song Qingshu pressed his body tightly against her back. Feeling the heat on her back, Huang Rong was silent for a while. After a long time, she shook her head and said, Not today. Brother Jing is next door. So what? Song Qingshu untied her hair bun, buried his head in her hair, and took a deep breath. Huang Rong was shocked by his answer. She didn't expect him to be so bold. Just as her mind went blank, she suddenly felt her chest tighten. It turned out that his big hand had taken advantage of the situation to reach into her clothes. I beg you, not here. Huang Rong pressed his hand and begged. Agreeing to be his lover was enough to challenge her moral bottom line. Now that her husband was next door, she did not dare to let him do whatever he wanted. The request is invalid. Song Qingshu's voice was unquestionable. If you act so presumptuously in Wuji, the thing between us will be exposed sooner or later. No, I regret it. I refuse to be your lover. Huang Rong said angrily with a red face. Song Qingshu tightly held her well-proportioned and plump body in his arms from behind. His voice was a little excited. Rong-er, let me fool around this time. I won't fool around like this again in the future. Don't you think your married life is too dull? This kind of experience may not come even once in a lifetime. Don't you want to try it? Huang Rong felt half of her body soften when she was steamed by his masculine heat. When she heard his devilish seductive words, her heart suddenly beat wildly. When she was young, she was famous for being mischievous and liked to try all kinds of new things. It was only after she got married that she restrained her temper. However, her nature was still there. Once there was a catalyst, she was like a volcano, igniting at the slightest touch. Although reason told her that it was not right, she did not know why she had not made up her mind to refuse. When he began to untie her belt, she finally came to her senses and grabbed his evil hand. She hesitated for a moment and finally sighed, "Don't untie your belt. If something happens later, you won't have time to wear it." Hearing Huang Rong's words, Song Qingshu raised the corner of his mouth proudly. This playful young woman was willing to take the initiative to cooperate with him, which meant that she had already fallen for him. Huang Rong was also very surprised to say such words, but there was a trembling sense of taboo besides shame. Since things had come to this, she seemed to have given up on herself. She turned sideways and wrapped her arms around Song Qingshu's neck. She took the initiative to offer her lips and kissed him passionately. Song Qingshu reached out to hold her buttocks and lifted them up. Huang Rong spread her legs and wrapped them around his waist. She looked at him with a blushing face, pursed her lips and said softly, "Be quiet. Don't disturb Brother Jing." Huang Rong's peach blossom-like face exuded an amazing seductive look. Her eyes seemed to be seeping water. How could Song Qingshu bear it? He held Huang Rong's buttocks and pressed her directly against the wall. Two soft sighs of satisfaction sounded in the room at the same time. The two of them hit the wall with a muffled sound. Huang Rong was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. She hurriedly pricked up her ears to listen to the movements next door. Seeing that there was no reaction, she suddenly fiercely bit Song Qingshu's shoulder. "You really are a bastard. Didn't I tell you to be quiet?" I was too excited. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Song Qingshu's face. A woman who says one thing but means another. Her body is clearly so passionate, but her mouth is always pretending to be a lady. Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at his eyes. She buried her head in his shoulder and bit him again. Song Qingshu knew that if he continued to tease her, he would really anger the lovely baby in his arms. After all, this was the first time she had truly broken through a moral taboo. Song Qingshu didn't say anything else. He squeezed all the strength in his body into her warm body. Huang Rong's skin was soon covered with a dense layer of sweat, making her flushed skin look even more vibrant. Not long after, Huang Rong hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, deliberately suppressing the sweet sound of happiness that was coming from her throat. She had never experienced this before. It was just the beginning, but her body had already reached the peak of happiness. Song Qingshu seemed to sense her body's reaction, and his movements also became gentler. Although he's a bit of a bastard, he really is a gentle and considerate man. Huang Rong pressed her face against his chest. For a moment she was a little dazed. After a moment of silence, Song Qingshu asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Rong-er, have you rested enough?" "Yes." Huang Rong didn't dare to look into his eyes. She just snorted. Song Qingshu carried her to the table. He swept away the debris on the table with one hand and let Huang Rong lie on the table. The clear sound of the cup and kettle falling to the ground made her heart jump. Suddenly, Guo Jing's puzzled voice came from inside. "Rong-er, is that you outside?" "Jingage, I accidentally knocked over the teapot." Huang Rong felt that her brain had never worked so fast before. Without a second's hesitation, she found the solution. At this time, her whole body was stiff, afraid that Guo Jing would come out to check. What's more, the man behind her suddenly entered her body at this time. Chapter 7:16. Fortunately, the curtain was not opened. Listening to the movements inside, it seemed that Guo Jing turned over and went back to sleep. Huang Rong's whole body suddenly went limp. Huang Rong's heart suddenly trembled from the sudden impact. Only then did she realize that the bastard behind her was still sprinting. With a lingering fear, she did not want to take this risk anymore and struggled to get up. Unfortunately, the other party's big hand was tightly pressing down on her shoulder. She tried a few times but could not get up. Just as she was about to take a deep breath and force herself to get up, Song Qingshu just happened to hit the depths of her soul. The strength that she had painstakingly accumulated suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Please don't do this." Huang Rong turned her head, a pair of beautiful watery eyes full of pleading. Song Qingshu bent down and whispered in her ear, Rong why do you have to be so insincere? You don't know how smooth your body is after the stimulation from Hirogwa just now. Huang Rong turned her head to the side in shame and no longer paid attention to him. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and changed his usual manner. Instead, he became leisurely, as if he was leisurely paddling a boat on a calm lake on a sunny day. Not long after, Huang Rong finally could not bear it anymore and said angrily, Can you hurry up? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Rong do you think I'm too slow? Huang Rong was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted and blushed. I didn't mean that, I wanted you to hurry up and finish. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. Can't help it. Gifted people can be so capricious. Huang Rong almost died of anger. Just as she was about to say something, Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said, Of course, if Rong cooperates with me, I might be able to come out sooner. How do you want me to cooperate? Huang Rong bit her lip to control her voice and rolled her eyes at him. This is something that women are born with. You don't need to be taught. Song Qingshu gently stroked her milky white waist and said softly, I don't know what sins I committed in my previous life to meet you in this life. Huang Rong sighed faintly. Although she was a little embarrassed, she had no choice but to match the other's rhythm and began to gently twist her waist in order to end it quickly. After an unknown period of time, Huang Rong's eyes blurred, and her whole body slumped on the table, unable to lift a trace of strength. She secretly cursed in her heart, This bastard is really a beast. He even tricked me into taking the initiative. It's been so long, but there's no sign of anything happening. While her mind was in a daze, she suddenly felt her whole body being carried in the air. After being tormented for so long, her whole body felt like it was falling apart. She felt very lazy and didn't even want to open her eyes. She was also too lazy to care about how the other party tormented her. She casually hooked her arms around Song Qingshu's neck and pressed her face against his chest. Suddenly, Huang Rong felt something strange in her body. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. How come this person had suddenly grown so much bigger? Puzzled, he raised his head, and when he saw his surroundings, he was nearly scared out of his wits. It turned out that when she wasn't paying attention, Song Qingshu had carried her straight into the inner room, and now Brother Jing was sleeping on the bed a few feet away. This bastard, no wonder he became even more excited. A thought flashed through Huang Rong's mind, and she began to struggle with all her might. But first, her strength was not as strong as Song Qingshu, and second, she didn't dare to move too much, for fear of waking him up. If he saw her current embarrassing state, she didn't know how to face it. Song Qingshu straightened his waist, and Huang Rong felt her whole body go limp. Knowing that her vital parts were under control, she didn't have the strength to struggle. But the current scene shocked her too much, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. Don't worry, I will finish this quickly. I won't wake him up. Song Qingshu's voice came through secret voice sending. But Huang Rong didn't believe him, and tears streamed down her face. Song Qingshu felt a strong sense of conquest welling up in his chest as he looked at the tear-stained beauty in his arms. He was so excited that he wanted to roar out loud. It felt so good to have a sprint, and soon his scalp began to go numb. Huang Rong seemed to feel the changes in his body, and hurriedly began to contract her body to stimulate him. In her heart she kept saying, hurry up, Rong is that you? At this time, a voice sounded, and Huang Rong was scared out of her wits. She slowly turned her head, and found that Guijing had already sat up straight and was looking at the two. It's over. Huang Rong's mind went blank. Song Qingshu was also shocked. Just now, he had carried Huang Rong here on impulse, and he didn't want Guijing to find out about the two. Seeing Guijing staring at the two, his enthusiasm was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Now that things had come to this, it was useless to explain. Song Qingshu was also a hoodlum. Not only did he not let go of Huang Rong, but he also sped up. He was already almost there, and after being stimulated by Guojing, he could not hold on for another 2 or 3 more moves. His whole body quivered, and he poured all the enthusiasm in his body into Huang Rong's body. Huang Rong was drenched by the heat wave, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Crazy, crazy, he's really crazy. This was the only thought left in her mind. Hearing Song Qingshu's heavy breathing, a trace of surprise flashed across Guojing's face. Is Song Xiaoxia here too? Huang Rong and Song Qingshu looked at each other. What did he mean by this? Song Qingshu even thought, could it be that Guojing deliberately expressed his stance, and wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything to cover up this matter? However, he quickly shook his head. The two of them were already so obvious, how could they pretend that they didn't know what was going on? Moreover, Guojing was a straightforward person, and did not seem like a quick-witted person. Song Xiaoxia is here, why don't you light the lamp? Guojing's words rang out again, and it made the two of them even more confused. The oil lamp in the room was very bright at this moment. Huang Rong's heart ached. Big Brother Jing must have said this on purpose to save my face. It was still Song Qingshu who was calm. His sharp eyes noticed that there seemed to be a faint black aura between Guojing's eyebrows, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Hirogua, could it be that you've been poisoned? Poisoned? Guojing was startled, and when he circulated his true qi, he found that there was no true qi in his abdomen. He couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder I didn't hear Song Xiaoxia. When did you come in? I seem to have really been poisoned. At this time, Huang Rong finally reacted, and cried out in alarm, Jing Ji Ji, what's wrong? She struggled to go over to check on her husband's situation, but who knew that Song Qingshu would hold her tightly, and had no intention of letting go. Chapter 7:17. Song Qingshu was startled. His first reaction was that Guojing's excuse was pretty good. It could resolve the awkwardness of the situation to the greatest extent. If he couldn't see, it naturally meant that he didn't see what happened between him and Huang Rong. However, Song Qingshu quickly dispelled this idea. In his panic, he didn't notice it. Now that he looked carefully, Guojing's eyes were blurred and seemed to have no focus. It was a sign of blindness. What's going on? Song Qingshu was stunned. Let me go. Huang Rong struggled even harder. Fortunately, Guojing's mind was in a mess, so he didn't notice anything unusual. This time, Song Qingshu didn't stop her. However, he also wanted to see what was going on with Guojing. So, he directly walked towards Guojing with Huang Rong in his arms. Huang Rong didn't expect him to be so bold. Even now, the two of them were still intimately together. She subconsciously struggled, but unfortunately, Song Qingshu held her tightly and had no intention of letting go. She was embarrassed and anxious. She fiercely punched his chest. Seeing that she was about to reach Guojing, she hurriedly tidied up her skirt and let it down to cover the embarrassing scene. Song Qingshu ignored her and directly said to Guojing, Hirogua, if you don't mind, let me feel your pulse. After coming to this world for so long, he had learned a lot of martial arts. Coupled with the fact that he was injured from time to time, it could be said that a long illness made a good doctor. At least, feeling someone's pulse was not difficult for him. Thank you, Song Xiaoxia. Guojing was, after all, a hero of his generation. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down and had the demeanor of a master. Huang Rong, who was beside him, almost fainted from anger. Her heart was filled with hatred. Brother Jing, the man you are grateful to is now bullying Rong in front of you. As if to confirm her thoughts, Huang Rong felt a gust of hot air coming out of her body. The thing that Song Qingshu used to bully her seemed to be showing signs of rearing its head again. Ah! Huang Rong's delicate body trembled and subconsciously cried out. Rong what's wrong? Guojing turned his head in confusion. Huang Rong's heart almost jumped out of her throat when he stared at her from such a close distance. She turned her head and saw Song Qingshu looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. He didn't look the least bit afraid. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed and said, "It's nothing, Jing Ji Ji." Seeing that she didn't confess, Song Qingshu proudly raised his eyebrows. Huang Rong felt the sudden expansion of power in her body. Her delicate body went limp and she subconsciously moaned. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time and didn't cry out. Huang Rong knew that she couldn't let him continue doing evil. She suppressed her trembling and asked in a cold voice, "Young Master Song, what happened to Brother Jing?" Although her words were polite, she had already cursed the other party half to death in her heart. If looks could kill, who knew how many times Song Qingshu would have been shot by arrows? Song Qingshu knew that she was on the verge of exploding, so he didn't continue to provoke her. He said in a low voice, "Hirogua seems to have a strange poison in his body." Poison? Huang Rong's voice became even colder. "Song Xiaoxia, what kind of medicine did you give Brother Jing?" Song Qingshu's expression changed. He snorted and said, "What? Do you think I poisoned Hirogua?" As if to punish her for saying the wrong thing, Song Qingshu straightened his body as soon as he finished speaking. Huang Rong's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. She hurriedly covered her mouth and swallowed the words she was about to say. Guojing's voice also sounded. "Rong Song Xiaoxia's righteousness reaches to the clouds and saved our lives. How can you say that? Quickly apologize to Song Xiaoxia." His tone was quite harsh. Huang Rong's eyes turned red. She felt extremely wrong. "Brother Jing, you don't know anything. This bastard is not a good person." It was a pity that she couldn't explain the reason to Guojing. But in this situation, she couldn't apologize to Song Qingshu. Seeing that Huang Rong had been silent, Guojing couldn't help but frown. "Rong you used to be quite sensible. What's wrong with you today?" Being scolded by her husband, Huang Rong felt even more wronged. Just when she was about to expose Song Qingshu's true colors, she suddenly heard his naughty voice. "Rong only when Hirogua is unscathed will I have a greater sense of accomplishment in conquering you. Do you think I would poison you?" Huang Rong subconsciously realized that this was Song Qingshu talking to her through secret voice sending. If he had explained it with other reasons, she wouldn't have easily believed him. After all, this bastard had always wanted to get her. If anything happened to Brother Jing, he would be the biggest beneficiary, and the chances of him getting her would be higher. But after hearing Song Qingshu's reason, Huang Rong subconsciously believed him. Because this reason was indeed in line with his shameless and obscene style. While Huang Rong was thinking, Song Qingshu said, "Hirogua, you don't have to blame Mrs. Guo. Mrs. Guo was just too worried and lost her composure just now." Hearing this, Huang Rong secretly cursed in her heart. She indeed lost her composure now, but it was all because of this bastard. Guojing smiled slightly. "Song Xiaoxia is really broad-minded. I apologize on behalf of Rong." Huang Rong hurriedly pulled Guojing's arm. "Brother Jing, don't apologize to him." Guojing didn't expect his wife to have such a big reaction. He was subconsciously stunned. "Why?" Huang Rong was speechless for a moment. She bit her lip. Anyway, you can apologize to anyone but him." Huang Rong secretly felt sad in her heart. "Brother Jing, your wife was bullied by him, but you foolishly apologized to him. That bastard must be so proud of himself." Song Qingshu timely said with a smile, "Hirogua, Mrs. Guo means that we are like a family. There is no need to apologize to him." "A family?" A trace of confusion flashed across Guojing's face. "It's like this," Song Qingshu explained with a smile. "Last time, when we fought against the Manchurian cavalry, Thanks to Mrs. Guo's help, we fought together against the enemy. We are already very familiar with each other. Don't you think so, Mrs. Guo? Huang Rong almost fainted from his sudden movement. She was ashamed and angry, but at this time, she could only follow his words and reluctantly agree. So you are already so familiar with each other. Guo Jing suddenly understood. No wonder he had no friendship with the Golden Snake King, who rose like a comet, but took such a big risk to save him and his wife. It's not just familiar. I know her so well that I have tasted every inch of her body. Chapter 7:18. Guo Jing was surprised at first, but then he said happily, so Song Xiaoxia and Fu Er know each other. In fact, Guo Jing had always wanted to betroth his daughter to Yang Guo. Unfortunately, Yang Guo had colluded with the Golden Man, which had disappointed him greatly. Moreover, Huang Rong had mentioned to him that there was a marriage alliance between Guo Fu and Song Qingshu. At first, he was still a little hesitant, but this time, he was saved by Song Qingshu. He saw with his own eyes that not only was he talented, but he was also highly skilled in martial arts. How could he not be satisfied? He answered subconsciously, Song Xiaoxia is a young hero, of course I don't mind. Seeing that her husband did not understand what Song Qingshu meant by family, Huang Rong was angry and anxious. She couldn't help but whine, Brother Jing. She was willing to suffer all this herself, but how could she let her daughter fall into the clutches of evil? If she really took Song Qingshu as her son-in-law, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? Guo Jing was startled, thinking that his wife was reminding him of something. He immediately realized why he felt strange. Could it be that what Song Qingshu said was a marriage proposal? But it was too rash to bring it up like this. Song Xiaoxia, Fu Er is still young, and I still need to ask her opinion. This matter, Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief. She was about to find a reason to reject the marriage when Song Qingshu said with a smile, That's only right. Of course we should ask Fu Er's opinion first. But I heard that Hero Guo said he wanted to cut off Fu Er's arm. Hearing that he was interested in her daughter, Huang Rong was anxious and wanted to say something. But when she heard Song Qingshu's last sentence, she immediately changed her mind. It would be good to use him to get Brother Jing to give up on that idea. Guo Jing laughed bitterly and said, Young Hero Song, I won't hide it from you. My daughter is a good person, but she's too arrogant and willful. That's why she's made such a big mistake. He then told him about how Guo Fu had chopped off Yang Guo's hand. Song Qingshu naturally knew the reason behind it, but he still pretended to be hearing it for the first time. He replied, Hero Guo, this time Yang Guo is colluding with the genes. Speaking of which, your daughter is still doing the people a favor. Huang Rong agreed with him for the first time. She had never liked Yang Guo and could not understand why her husband cared so much about him. Guo Jing let out a long sigh. Guo's father died because of us. Now that Fu Er has cut off one of his arms, I'm afraid it's because of this that he's on a path of no return. Fu Er is the main culprit. Hearing Guo Jing criticize her precious daughter, Huang Rong could not help but get angry. Brother Jing. Song Qingshu patted her on the back, gesturing for her to calm down. Hero Guo, you don't need to take it to heart. Since Fu Er was the cause of this incident, then Fu Er's matter is my matter. I will take full responsibility for this matter. How can I do that? Guo Jing looked embarrassed. Why would I cut off Song Xiaoxia's arm? Huang Rong, who was standing to the side, blushed. If you knew what he did to your wife, you wouldn't just cut off one of his arms. Song Qingshu saw that her cheeks were flushed red, making her look especially charming. He could roughly guess what she was thinking, so he smiled at her and replied, Hero Guo, you've misunderstood. How could I push Hero Guo into such an unjust situation? Then what does Song Xiaoxia mean? Guo Jing was startled. Song Qingshu slowly answered, Actually, Yang Guo and I are friends for a while. He told her about how he saved Xiao Long Nu and continued, I saved Xiao Long Nu's life. For my sake, he will not pursue the matter of Fu or. Huang Rong was overjoyed. That's great. Guo loves Xiao Long Nu so much. If he knew that you saved her, he would be willing to forgive you. Huang Rong suddenly thought of Xiao Long Nu's beautiful face. She couldn't help but think, with that bastard's personality, I don't believe that he won't fall for Xiao Long Nu. Xiao Long Nu's beauty shocked me. Thinking about how she had tried to persuade Xiao Long Nu as an elder, she felt her cheeks burn. If both of them were conquered by the same man, how could she face him again? Xiao Long Nu. Guo Jing sighed. With Guo Er's deep feelings for Xiao Long Nu, it is very likely that he will not pursue the matter. However, they are still master and disciple. This is against the law. Huang Rong trembled at his words and turned to look at Song Qingshu. She found that he was looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. She was both embarrassed and angry. She wanted to hide in a hole. Against the law? Rong do you think what we're doing is against the law? Song Qingshu's hateful voice sounded in her mind again. It wasn't just a violation of etiquette, it was simply shocking and sensational. Huang Rong wanted to grab the table next to her and slap that bastard's face, but she knew that she could only think about it. Hero Guo is right. They are master and disciple. To offend one's superior like this is against the law. As Song Qingshu spoke, he poked Huang Rong a few times. Huang Rong's body trembled, and she didn't have the energy to scold him. Guo has gone astray. I only regret that I didn't teach him well. Guo Jing was agitated and triggered the poison in his body. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Brother Jing. Even though Huang Rong was tormented by Song Qingshu to the point that she wanted to die immediately, she still had half of her attention on her husband. Seeing that the blood he spat out was completely black and smelly, how could she not know that the poison was extremely potent? Madame Guo, don't panic. I'm here. Hearing Song Qingshu's voice, Huang Rong didn't feel so hateful for the first time. Instead, her chaotic heart gradually calmed down. I beg you, save him. As long as you can save him, I won't argue with you anymore. Huang Rong pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve and begged. Guo Jing was trying to circulate his qi to suppress the poison and didn't notice the strangeness in his wife's words. Although he had completely obtained Huang Rong's body, and although she was momentarily lost in the pleasure of her body every time, Song Qingshu knew that deep in her heart, she had always been resisting in her own way. This was the first time she had ever begged him with such soft words. Song Qingshu nodded, okay. With that, he quickly sealed several of Guo Jing's vital acupoints, and then a powerful and majestic true qi entered his body. Perhaps it was because Song Qingshu was circulating his qi, but his body unknowingly swelled up. Huang Rong let out a cry and quickly covered her mouth, afraid that she would disturb the two. After a while, the two of them were emitting hot air. Huang Rong saw that her husband's forehead was covered in sweat and felt sorry for him. She took out a handkerchief and wiped it for him. Song Qingshu naturally knew what she was doing and couldn't help but coldly snort, I also have sweat on my head. Why don't you wipe it for me? Huang Rong bit her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she finally reached out with her handkerchief. However, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to hug her shoulders and pull her to his chest. He lowered his head and kissed her tender and beautiful red lips. Chapter 719. Feeling the strength of his wife's hand, Guo Jing asked curiously, Rong what's wrong? Huang Rong wanted to answer, but her mouth was blocked by Song Qingshu. How could she speak? Rong Seeing that his wife didn't answer, Guo Jing felt even more strange. Huang Rong was on the verge of tears. Just when she didn't know what to do, Song Qingshu finally let go of her lips. She was slightly out of breath. No. It's nothing. I'm just worried about you. Hearing her excuse, Song Qingshu smiled even more happily. Seeing his smile, Huang Rong felt ashamed. But now that things had come to this, she didn't have any other thoughts. Her only thought was to cover up this matter and not let her husband know. Song Xiaoxia, I really don't know how to thank you for using your true qi to force the poison out of my body. Hearing that his wife was fine, Guojing felt relieved and immediately said to Song Qingshu, Hero Guo, you're too kind. I've actually already received my payment. Song Qingshu's other hand reached into the front of his clothes and played with the heart-stopping softness. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Huang Rong secretly cursed him for being shameless, but now she could only bite her lips and try to suppress the raging waves in her body. She was afraid that if she made a sound, her husband would hear something. You received your payment? Guojing was very confused. Your wife has already given me my payment. Hero Guo, you can ask her yourself. Song Qingshu said and winked at Huang Rong. Huang Rong was so angry that she almost fainted. Rong Guojing asked as expected. Huang Rong fiercely glared at Song Qingshu. Unfortunately, she had to answer her husband's question. In a hurry, she hurriedly explained, Jing. Brother, I helped Song Xiaoxia before. This time, he saw that we were in trouble, so he helped us. Huang Rong finished speaking and closed her eyes. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her smooth, jade-like cheeks. She mourned in her heart. If she hadn't come to Kaifeng this time, so many things wouldn't have happened. Guojing nodded. Song Xiaoxia risked his life to help us this time. He is indeed a man of great righteousness. Song Qingshu smiled. After exchanging some pleasantries with him, he said to Huang Rong using secret voice sending, Rong is really a female zhuge. What you said is beautiful. Although you told the truth, your husband is completely in the dark. What truth did I say? Huang Rong glared at him coquettishly. Song Qingshu seemed to be aware of her thoughts. He continued, Song Mao came to the Jin kingdom without a female companion. Rong you helped me solve the loneliness in my body. Isn't that a favor? Huang Rongxia blushed. She originally meant to refer to the time when she helped him at the Golden Snake Camp, but with his explanation, it really seemed like she was purposely making a pun in front of her husband, making herself look like a fickle woman. For a moment she felt wronged and tears streamed down her face. Song Qingshu reached out and gently wiped her cheek. He continued using secret voice sending, Rong I know you must hate me now. But have you ever thought that if it weren't for me, your ending would be even more miserable? Wan Yenyang would also play with you like this, and he definitely wouldn't keep his promise to let your husband go. At that time, not only would you lose your innocence, but you would also lose your husband. Do you still think your current situation is miserable? At least he wouldn't humiliate me in front of Brother Jing like you did. Huang Rong was annoyed. But soon she became uncertain. According to the information from the beggar sect, Wan Yenyang was a licentious and lecherous man. His methods were even worse than Song Qingshu's. It would not be surprising if he violated her in front of Brother Jing. Huang Rong had to admit that Song Qingshu's words were indeed reasonable. At least Brother Jing was safe now. She also accidentally gave her body to him. It did not make much difference if they did it more or less, as long as no one else knew about it. Thinking of this, Huang Rong's tormented heart finally calmed down. After a moment of hesitation, she hooked her arms around Song Qingshu's neck and whispered in his ear, Don't be distracted anymore. It's easy to make mistakes. If you want it in the future, I'll give it to you. Now let go of me and focus on forcing the poison out of Brother Jing. Song Qingshu shook his head. Rong in fact, you misunderstood me. My cultivation method is a little special. Being intimate with you not only won't distract me, but it will also strengthen the zhenqi in my body. The poison in Hirogua's body is very strong. Only with the help of the pure yin qi in your body can I barely deal with the poison in his body. Otherwise, do you really think I'm such a licentious and shameless person? Huang Rong was so angry that she almost fainted. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? He described such an absurd behavior in such a dignified way. Her lips moved slightly. You bastard, you are such a person! You've seen through me. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Although I'm trying to make myself look good, I didn't lie to you. I can't suppress the poison in Hirogua's body even with my strength. I can only barely suppress it by combining yin and yang with you. If you don't agree, I'll withdraw. But if I can't save Hirogua, don't blame me. Looking at the evil smile on his face, Huang Rong wanted to bite him. What did he mean by withdrawing if she didn't agree? Even if she didn't agree, the two of them had already been intimate for so long. What was the point of withdrawing now? Moreover, if the poison in Brother Jing's body was disturbed, wouldn't he have an excuse? Do you want to continue or withdraw? Song Qingshu gently blew into her ear. Continue. Huang Rong bit her lip and snorted. If you can't cure Brother Jing, I won't let you off even if I have to risk my life. Okay. I'll definitely do my best until the day I die. Song Qingshu chuckled and pointed at the bed. Turn around. Huang Rong's face was like a peach blossom. She fiercely rolled her eyes at him. In the end, she stood up and stood by the bed, laying her body on the bed. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and lightly clapped his hands. Guojing turned around and faced the wall with his back to the bed. Song Qingshu continuously transferred qi into Guojing's body to force out the poison. His other hand was placed on Huang Rong's back, supporting her body as he leaned against her. Huang Rong's body immediately tensed up. However, since she had already made her choice, she could only tightly close her lips and silently endure all of this. Right now, her only comfort was her husband's warm hands. She subconsciously interlocked her fingers with her husband's. Feeling the heat of his palms, her chaotic heart finally had something to rely on. However, not long after, her eyes gradually became blurred. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and no one knew what she was thinking. As Song Qingshu forced the poison out of Guojing's body, he enjoyed his wife's body to his heart's content. An unprecedented feeling filled his chest. At this moment, he was in high spirits, as if the entire universe was under his control. Is this what it feels like to be possessed? Chapter 720. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Rong turned around and saw that Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. She didn't know if it was because he was tired from forcing the poison out of Brother Jing's body, or because he was tired from doing it with her. Thinking of the latter, she couldn't help but shudder. At this time, her whole body was limp like mud. The special environment and the moral torture had made her body several times more sensitive than usual. However, with her husband by her side, she couldn't let her body express what she was feeling. All she could do was cover her mouth and endure. After a while, she was also sweating profusely. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, as if she had been soaked in water. Huang Rong didn't know how much longer she could endure this. She shuddered at the thought of her not being able to control her voice and letting her husband hear that something was wrong. The only thing she was glad about was that Song Qingshu didn't seem to want to expose himself, so his movements were very gentle and slow. He didn't make any sounds that would make her feel uncomfortable, but the slow inch-by-inch movement made her feel even more obvious. Huang Rong's body tensed up, and her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. She didn't know how many times she had surrendered, but the person behind her seemed to be made of iron. He didn't seem to have any intention of giving up, and instead became more and more excited. Thank the heavens! When Huang Rong's legs couldn't stop trembling, she finally felt a steady stream of heat gushing into her body. Her mind went blank, and she didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Hirogua, I've temporarily suppressed the poison in your body. For the next 3 days, your life won't be in danger, Song Qingshu said, gasping for breath as he withdrew from Huang Rong's body. Guojing thought that Song Yunxian was exhausted because he was forcing the poison out of his body, so he didn't think anything else. Thank you, young hero Song. Then, what about after 3 days? Although Huang Rong's body was sore and she didn't want to open her eyes, she thought about how she had paid such a heavy price to only be able to keep her husband safe for 3 days. Song Qinshu frowned and replied, Madame Guo, Hero Guo's poison is too strong. It's already difficult for me to suppress the poison for now. I hope Madame can forgive me. Listening to Song Qinshu's serious tone, Huang Rong suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Just now, she didn't know who had wantonly galloped on her body, but in the blink of an eye, his expression returned to normal. There really wasn't a single good thing in men. Song Xiaoxiao wasn't lying. This poison is indeed too strong and overbearing. If I hadn't drunk Liang Ziwing's medicinal snake blood before and had a certain level of resistance to poison, coupled with my profound internal energy, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot. Guojing said with a lingering fear in his heart. His 9 Inzhen Qi had already reached the pinnacle of perfection, so he could easily expel ordinary poisons. Who would have thought that not only would he fail to expel the poison, but he would also lose all of his internal energy? Brother Jing, can you see now? Huang Rong suddenly thought of a terrible problem. Previously, Guojing had lost his sight because of the poison. Now that the poison was temporarily suppressed, wouldn't her husband be able to see her current state? Huang Rong's heart had never been so tangled before. On one hand, she hoped that her husband would get better, but on the other hand, she was worried that her husband would discover everything after he got better. Guojing didn't notice his wife's complicated feelings. Hearing her words, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I still can't. Perhaps for the rest of my life, I'll be like de Shifu. You won't despise me, right? Huang Rong knew that the de Shifu that her husband was talking about was Ku Zhini. She couldn't help but feel her heart ache. Brother Jing, how could I despise you? It's better if you don't despise me. Thinking that her husband's fate was uncertain and that she had done something wrong to him, Huang Rong unconsciously began to cry. Song Qinshu coughed lightly. Madame Guo, you don't have to worry too much. If I'm not wrong, as long as this poison is cured, Hero Guo's eyes will naturally recover, and his martial arts will also be restored. In 3 days we can find the antidote. Song Mao will definitely not let you down. Really? Huang Rong raised her head in surprise. She suddenly found that the person in front of her didn't seem so annoying. Of course it's true. Since Song Mao has received the payment in advance, how can he not do it seriously? Song Qinshu winked at her, and Huang Rong's face became even redder. Huang Rong was about to say something, but who knew that his hand would conveniently reach into her clothes. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Is he going to do it again? However, Song Qinshu quickly withdrew his hand and waved the handkerchief in his hand. Then, under Huang Rong's murderous gaze, he wiped his body clean and threw it in front of her. He used secret voice sending and said, "This has your scent and mine on it. Keep it as a souvenir." Huang Rong cursed him in her heart, but she was worried that her husband would smell something, so she hurriedly put the handkerchief back into her bosom. In order to hide the embarrassment in her heart, she hurriedly said, "But how did Brother Jing get poisoned?" Song Qinshu sat on the couch and helped Huang Rong tidy up her messy clothes. He answered in a low voice, "Such a powerful poison. I'm afraid only Ouyang Feng and Wan Yanliang's group can use it." Feeling his gentle movements, Huang Rong's heart trembled and her eyes became a little dazed. Before, he was like a demon, but now he was so considerate. He had changed back to the elegant young hero from before. She didn't know which side was the real him. I remember now. After I was captured, Ouyang Feng did give me a kind of medicine. But at that time, I saw that there was nothing wrong with my body, so I didn't think much of it. Now that I think about it, I couldn't take the antidote on time after I escaped, which caused the poison to act up. Guojing was blind, and he had lost his martial arts. He couldn't hear the surroundings, so he didn't know what was going on around him. He could only recall the details of his time in the prison. If that's the case, let's go find Ouyang Feng and get the antidote. Huang Rong subconsciously stood up. Who knew that as soon as she stood up, her legs would give way and she would fall down again. Be careful, madam. Song Qingshu was quick to react and held her up. Huang Rong's face turned red and she hurriedly pushed him away. She was annoyed. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to stand up straight. Guojing sighed. Rong or Ouyang Feng hates us. I'm afraid he won't give us the antidote so easily. Can't we steal it if he doesn't give it to us? Huang Rong's small mouth curled up. She seemed to be in high spirits and had finally regained some vitality. With our peerless Qinggong, Song Xiaoxia, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Madame Guo really thinks highly of me. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. If that's the case, Song Mao will try his best. But Madame Guo has always been resourceful. Will you be able to help Song Mao? That's good too. Rong and Song Xiaoxia can look after each other. Guojing nodded. Hearing her husband say this, Huang Rong was so angry that she stomped her feet. But she also had a lot to say to Song Qingshu. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Okay, then let's not delay. We'll go now. Chapter 721. Huang Rong blushed and her mouth opened and closed several times, but her heart was full of self-blame and guilt. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Song Qingshu saw that she was in a daze and hurriedly helped her out. Hero Guo, I drank too quickly. I didn't expect to disturb you. Drink water? Guojing was startled. It didn't sound like he was drinking water, but he wasn't the kind of person to ask questions. Hearing Song Qingshu's explanation, he replied, I was just asking. Song Xiaoxia, I hope you don't mind. How could I? Song Qingshu smiled. Hero Guo, you should rest well. Your wife and I will go to Western Poison to find out what's going on. Guojing looked hesitant. Song Xiaoxia, Ouyang Feng's kung fu is high and he's good at using poison. I hope you can take care of Ronger. Song Qingshu looked back at Huang Rong. His smile became even brighter. Don't worry. I will take good care of her. He deliberately emphasized the word, take good care. Guojing didn't understand, but Huang Rong understood. She glared at him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the look in her eyes. He took her little hand and walked out. Huang Rong stumbled and said goodbye to her husband as she walked out. Jing ji, I'm leaving first. Guojing, who was in the dark, smiled and nodded. Ronger, be careful. Remember to listen to Song Xiaoxia's arrangements. Listen to that bastard's arrangements? Huang Rong really wanted to pinch her husband. If he listened to Song Qingshu's arrangements, he would definitely send her to bed. Huang Rong subconsciously looked back at Song Qingshu and saw that he was also looking at her. She couldn't help but turn her head away guiltily and vaguely replied, I'll act according to the situation. Huang Rong was worried that her husband would say something embarrassing to her without knowing it, so she hurriedly walked out of the room after saying that. Huang Rong felt that her cheeks were burning hot when she stepped out of the door and was blown by the cool night breeze. Seeing Song Qingshu following behind her with a smile, she subconsciously stomped her feet. What are you smiling at? Are you that happy? Song Qingshu shrugged and replied, Since Hero Guo told you to listen to my arrangements, of course I'm happy. Huang Rong stared at him with hatred. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. She walked to his side and wrapped her arms around his neck. She hung on him as if she had no strength. Then what do you want me to do? Huang Rong's reaction was beyond Song Qingshu's expectations. After all, she had been acting like an aggrieved little wife who had been bullied. Now that she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, he was bewildered. Ronger, are you all right? You teased me like that just now, and now you're here pretending to be serious. Huang Rong snorted. Thinking of the absurd scenes tonight, her face became redder. Humph, I've figured it out. The more I resist and struggle, the more excited you are. I just don't want to do what you want. A strange look flashed across Song Qingshu's eyes. He thought to himself, Huang Rong is indeed Huang Rong. She has grasped my thoughts so quickly. Just as she said, I actually enjoy watching her constantly struggle between morality and, after Song Qingshu recovered from his surprise, he quickly reacted. He reached out and lifted her chin, looking down at the charming young woman in his arms. Rong your struggle has its beauty, and your obedience has its seductiveness. I didn't expect you to adapt to our relationship so quickly. Since that's the case, shall we do it again? No. Huang Rong was so scared that her face turned pale. Her legs were still trembling when she walked. If he did it again, she probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Huang Rong couldn't help but be startled when she ran out of Song Qingshu's arms. Only then did she notice the teasing smile on his lips. She couldn't help but say angrily, You deliberately teased me. Who told me to like to tease you so much? Song Qingshu deliberately stressed. Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him and soon sighed faintly. You've already gotten what you wanted tonight. You can't play with fire like this anymore. Just now I almost exposed myself. If Jing Gij really saw me like that, how would I have the face to live? Today was an impromptu move. I didn't expect that I would be so bold. Song Qingshu was also scared. Then he immediately changed the topic. But tonight's scene was too exciting. I'm afraid I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Do you think I can forget it? Huang Rong sighed in her heart. She turned her face away and stood there without saying anything. Seeing that Huang Rong had fallen into silence, Song Qingshu also knew that he had indeed gone too far. He hurriedly stepped forward and apologized. Rong tonight was my fault. In the future, I won't force you to do things you don't want to do. Huang Rong didn't believe him so easily. She lightly replied, Prince Song's martial arts are unparalleled. Even if I really have any evil thoughts in the future, I won't be able to resist. So what's the point of saying these things now? Song Qingshu embarrassedly smiled. What you said isn't impossible. Seeing that Huang Rong's eyebrows were about to rise, he hurriedly added, Don't worry, Rong. Even if I really have evil thoughts, I will ask for your opinion. As long as you don't agree, I won't force you. Really? Huang Rong's eyes finally showed a trace of joy. A gentleman's word is as fast as a whip. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Pei, if you are a gentleman, then the gentlemen in this world are too worthless. Huang Rong spat. She didn't know what had gone wrong with her. She really thought of him as a gentleman and heartlessly slept on his bed. In the end, he did that to her. She simply couldn't express her bitterness in words. Song Qingshu smiled and pulled her back into his arms. In the past, I was indeed a gentleman in front of Rong. It was only after we had skin contact that I revealed my other side. In this world, there are not many people who can see this side of me. Pei, you say it as if it is an honor for me to see this side of you. Huang Rong subconsciously struggled a little, but she was still in his arms. She sighed and let him be. If it was in the past, she would never have imagined that she would let a man other than Brother Jing hold her in his arms. But now, when she was held by Song Qingshu, she didn't feel any discomfort. His warm and broad chest even made her feel a sense of security. Huang Rong shivered and restrained some inexplicable thoughts in time. In order to divert her attention, she opened her mouth and asked, Song, have you thought of how to get the antidote from Shidu? Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he asked, What did you call me? Huang Rong turned her head and tightly pursed her lip. To be honest, she didn't know how to address this man. Song Xiaoxia, Prince Song? But in front of him, she didn't act like a leader at all. Brother Qingshu? She wouldn't call him that even if she was beaten to death. Rong in the future, you can call me Qinshu in private. It won't be too intimate and it won't seem distant. Song Qinshu said. Huang Rong hesitated for a moment. Thinking that it wouldn't be difficult to call him that, she nodded. Song Qinshu smiled and said, Rong with the grudge between you and Ouyang Feng, he definitely won't give us the antidote. But this doesn't mean that we won't be able to get it. Recently, the updates haven't been great. I deeply apologize for that. Tomorrow, I will start to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 722. Huang Rong looked worried. She knew that Ouyang Feng hated her and her husband to the bone. How could he hand over the antidote? Hearing Song Qingshu's words, she couldn't help but ask, isn't it the same thing if Ouyang Feng doesn't give us the antidote and if we can't get it? Of course it's not the same thing. Song Qingshu looked at her mockingly. What, Rong who is known as the female Zhuge still can't react after so long? The events of the past 2 days were too absurd. Huang Rong thought that it was good enough that she hadn't broken down and was still able to talk normally. How could she still think? But with the other's reminder, she finally understood. Have you thought of a way? Of course, don't you know who your man is? Song Qingshu raised his chin proudly. Huang Rong spat. Humph, my man is Jing Ji, not you bastard. No, Song Qingshu unknowingly picked up Bao Budong's catchphrase. Jing Ji is your husband, I am your man, there is no conflict. You really are a bastard. Huang Rong's delicate body trembled, but she knew that it was not wise to argue with him on this topic. She turned her head away and pretended to be angry, ignoring him. That's the truth. Song Qingshu reached out to hold her waist and gently caressed her belly. If I wasn't your man, would you have allowed me to touch you like this? Huang Rong took a deep breath and said, Fine, I'm afraid of you. Tell me what your plan is. She had already suffered a bigger loss, so she was too lazy to pursue this kind of small verbal loss. Since it was a serious matter, Song Qingshu finally put away his frivolous smile and replied seriously, If we ask Ouyang Feng for the antidote, he definitely won't give it to us. But what if Wanyan Liang asks him for it? Wanyan Liang? Why would he ask for the antidote for us? Huang Rong was confused at first, but her expression quickly changed. Do you want me to? What are you thinking about? Song Qingshu poked her forehead in annoyance. It would have been the easiest and most convenient way for you to use a honey trap, but you're my woman now. How could I let you do such a thing? Huang Rong's eyes were filled with confusion. Just now, Song Qingshu's action of poking her forehead reminded her of something that happened when she was young. At that time, she was extremely naughty and always angered her father, but her father could not bear to punish her. Most of the time, he would just poke her forehead like this. Song Qingshu's unintentional action made Huang Rong feel a sense of familiarity. Huang Rong's expression softened as she asked, Do you have any way to get Wanyan Liang to help us? Actually, you know this method as well. Song Qingshu lowered his head to look at the beautiful face in his arms and gently helped her tidy up her somewhat messy hair. I know how to do it as well? Huang Rong's voice trembled slightly. In fact, she had hoped that Song Qingshu would continue to treat her rudely and rudely like before. That way, she would be able to maintain the hatred in her heart. But now, the other party's inadvertent intimate actions had shaken her resolve. Song Qingshu nodded and opened his mouth to say 4 words, 9-in manual. The Great Soul Shifting Technique. Huang Rong's mind flashed and she could not help but blurt out. Song Qingshu smiled and said, That's right. We will first use the Great Soul Shifting Technique to control Wanyan Liang and let him go to Ouyang Feng to get the antidote. Then, we will take the antidote from him. It will be much easier than taking it from Ouyang Feng. Huang Rong raised her head to look at the man holding her with a complicated expression. She had to admit that this man was really capable. It was as if he could easily solve any problem. Last time, when they were facing the Manchurian army of 100,000, he was like this. This time, it was the same under the hazy moonlight. Huang Rong even felt that this man was really quite handsome. Huang Rong's face heated up, but she quickly suppressed the wild thoughts in her heart. She said somewhat unnaturally, "But the person under the great soul-shifting technique will have a dull expression. It will be easy for others to see through it. Moreover, Ouyang Feng has seen the 9-in manual." Although she had successfully used the great technique of soul transfer to tamper with Mrs. Tang's memory, it was one thing to slightly change a person's memory, and another to use the great technique of soul transfer to make someone do something. The difficulty of the two was simply incomparable. However, Song Qingshu's expression was relaxed as he said, "That is only because you are not skilled enough. Believe in your man." Huang Rong's doubts were easily dispelled by his words. She and Song Qingshu had been together for a long time. Since he said this, he must have full confidence. However, every time she thought about him claiming to be her man, Huang Rong's jade face would blush and her body would heat up. But Wanyan Liang is heavily guarded. It is easier said than done to use the great soul-shifting technique on him. Huang Rong thought of another problem. This is indeed a bit troublesome. Song Qingshu knew that the reason he was able to get close to Wanyan Liang last time was because many of his subordinates were sent to guard Guojing. Secondly, he wanted to steal from Madame Tang. Murong Bo, who was guarding her, was unwilling to eavesdrop, which gave him the opportunity. This time, if he wanted to get close to Wanyan Liang, it would not be so easy. Thinking of Murong Bo, Song Qingshu thought of the mysterious expert who used the Prajna palm to kidnap Song Yuanxiao and the others. Originally, he planned to investigate Murong Bo, but now that he had heard from Tang Quobian that Song Yuanxiao and the others were in the laundry yard, he changed his mind. He was worried that he would alert the enemy and cause the Jin kingdom to move the prisoners. So, he gave up on investigating Murong Bo and directly investigated the laundry yard. Qingshu. Qingshu? Huang Rong's voice finally roused him from his thoughts. Song Qingshu immediately smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, I have an idea." Madame Tang was very unhappy. Tonight, she was supposed to go to Mount Wu with the man she loved, but who knew that he would leave her alone in an empty room? She knew that all of this was because of that woman called Huang Rong. She could not understand why, whether it was Wanyan Liang or Song Qingshu, they all looked at this woman differently. But even though she was extremely jealous, she had to admit that this flowery young woman was indeed graceful and charming. Madame Tang had always boasted of her beauty, but compared to Huang Rong, she was a little lacking in confidence. Just as she was feeling sorry for herself, a familiar voice suddenly came from the window. "Who is it that made Madame so unhappy?" Madame Tang turned around with a pleasantly surprised expression and saw Song Qingshu sitting by the window looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help but let out a tender cry and threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. Chapter 723. Huang Rong was also embarrassed. Seeing Mrs. Tang jump into Song Qingshu's arms like a little girl, she even secretly despised her. After all, according to the intelligence, Mrs. Tang was a married woman. However, thinking of her own experience, it seemed that she was in no position to blame her. It could be seen that the surprise and smile on Mrs. Tang's face were not fake, but sincere. This made Huang Rong even more confused. Why did this man have such a great charm to charm a married woman like this? However, Huang Rong soon felt relieved. After all, Song Qingshu was a very charming man. Before what happened last night, she even had a faint good impression of him. In order to prevent herself from thinking too much, she even thought of marrying her daughter to him. Even before tonight's incident, her impression of Song Qingshu had always been quite good. Even if she was accidentally taken by him last night, it was, after all, an accident, and most of it was caused by herself, so it was hard to blame him. However, what happened today made it difficult for Huang Rong to forgive him. Her good impression of him had instantly gone to zero. She didn't know why, although she didn't have a good impression of him, she couldn't hate this man. Seeing him and Mrs. Tang hugging each other intimately, she even felt a little sour and uncomfortable in her heart. Song Qingshu didn't know what Huang Rong was thinking at the moment, but he could roughly guess the consequences of his actions tonight. In fact, he had planned to slowly win Huang Rong's heart, but unfortunately, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. By a freak combination of factors, he had obtained her body first. He was not an innocent little boy. Getting Huang Rong's body didn't make him very happy. Instead, he knew that things were not good. With his ability, getting Huang Rong's body was a piece of cake. The reason why he hadn't taken action was that he wanted Huang Rong to give herself to him willingly. Who knew that what happened last night would destroy the ambiguous relationship that he had worked so hard to build. Huang Rong was a mature woman, and she was also famous for her intelligence. After such a thing happened, she would definitely leave in time and not take away any clouds with a wave of her sleeve. What Song Qingshu wanted was everlasting. He was not satisfied with just one night of pleasure. However, how could Huang Rong give him a chance to walk into her heart after such a thing happened? In desperation, Song Qingshu could only change his strategy and do the opposite. Instead of letting her gradually forget about him, it was better to let her hate him. It was easy to turn love into hate, and it was also not difficult to turn hate into love. It was better than the two of them tacitly not mentioning that night. It was better than them not mentioning that night. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong each had their own thoughts, but Mrs. Tang was not so shrewd. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Since young master is already accompanied by a beautiful woman, why do you need to come to me? Song Qingshu and Huang Rong had their own thoughts, but Mrs. Tang was not so shrewd. She snorted and turned to leave. Since you already have a beautiful woman to accompany you, why did you come to me? Hearing this, Mrs. Tang felt happy. Huang Rong is so beautiful, there are things she can't do. Thinking about it, she couldn't help blushing. I don't know what she can't do, so much that Prince Song has to come to me. Is it because she is too reserved to satisfy his request wholeheartedly like me? Thinking of those positions that she had never seen before, even though Mrs. Tang was used to seeing love, her heart was beating wildly. It was understandable that Huang Rong was not willing to do that. In fact, I want you to come forward and invite Wanyan Liang over. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Mrs. Tang finally woke up from her thoughts. She felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She smiled unnaturally and said, "Okay. Yes, how could Prince Song be willing to let the pure Huang Rong seduce other men? Of course, this kind of thing should be done by a broken woman like me." Mrs. Tang couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. "Aren't you going to ask me why I want him to come over?" Song Qingshu had been with women for a long time, and he had a good grasp of women's thoughts. As soon as he saw Mrs. Tang's gloomy expression, he knew that she must have thought wrong. Master must have his reasons for doing this. I will do as you say. There is no need to ask why. Mrs. Tang lowered her head and no expression could be seen on her face. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "When the time comes, you just need to invite him over. I will take care of the rest. Did you forget that I hypnotized him before?" Mrs. Tang was delighted and subconsciously looked up. "I don't need to accompany him?" Song Qingshu snorted. "That unlucky guy doesn't have this kind of luck. Why would I let you accompany him?" This time, Mrs. Tang couldn't hold it in any more. She threw herself into Song Qingshu's arms and began to cry. "I thought that master didn't want me any more." Song Qingshu hurriedly patted her shoulder and comforted her. Huang Rong, who was watching from the side, frowned and cursed in her heart, "What a pretentious vixen. The night is long and I am not in the mood to sleep. I invite you to drink and admire the moon." Smelling the faint fragrance on the note, Wan Yenliang couldn't help but reveal a lascivious smile. This vixen invited me so late at night, she must be feeling very lonely. Heh heh, drinking with me in the middle of the night? Why don't we drink all the way to bed? This letter is completely undisguised seduction. Wang Yenliang excitedly got up, but just as he took a step, he suddenly showed a trace of doubt. In the past, when he encountered such things, he would definitely be full of interest. Why did his body have no reaction at all? He tried hard to recall Mrs. Tang's enchanting face, her tender red lips, and her plump body, but it was useless. Wang Yenliang still couldn't feel the heat in his lower abdomen. Of course, he didn't know that this was because Song Qinshu had used the soul transfer technique before. He had subconsciously lost interest in Mrs. Tang. If it wasn't for Mrs. Tang taking the initiative to invite him, he wouldn't even have thought of this woman. Forget it, let's go over and talk. Wang Yenliang thought it was because he was mentally exhausted these past 2 days and didn't care too much about it. He thought that with Mrs. Tang's exquisite fiery red lips, wouldn't it be easy to get interested later? Wang Yenliang majestically walked towards Mrs. Tang's room with a group of guards. When he arrived at the door of the courtyard, he ordered his subordinates to stay outside and didn't let them follow him in. After all, Mrs. Tang was a married woman, and he had to consider the impact. Although he wasn't afraid of Mrs. Tang's husband, if he was too unsightly, he might force him to do something desperate. As for the issue of safety, he wasn't worried. Before he came, he had already ordered the guards to thoroughly search the courtyard. There wasn't any danger. Mrs. Tang, inviting me so late at night, what an elegant mood. Wang Yenliang excitedly ran in, but he still pretended to be elegant and didn't show his anxious side. Chapter 724. I'll close it right away. Wang Yenliang chuckled a few times and quickly turned around to close the door. He thought that this woman must have been destitute for a long time and was already in the throes of love. The only thing that made Wang Yenliang unhappy was that his body didn't seem to have the reaction he expected. But when he thought that he could ask Madame Tang to help him, he didn't care so much. But when he turned around in high spirits, he didn't see Madame Tang lying on the bed. Instead, he saw an unexpected man smiling strangely at him. There's an assassin. Wang Yenliang wanted to call for help, but unfortunately, his voice was suppressed by Song Qinshu and his body couldn't move at all. Look into my eyes. Song Qinshu's pupils became incomparably black and Wang Yenliang's eyes gradually lost their light. After Wang Yenliang left, Huang Rong came out from behind the screen and looked at Song Qinshu with a complicated expression. I didn't think that your soul-shifting technique had already reached this level. Song Qinshu moved closer to her ear and whispered, Rong-er, now you should understand how easy it is for me to only want your body. Although Huang Rong was unwilling to admit it, she knew that what Song Qinshu said was the truth. With his attainments in the soul transfer technique, hypnotizing her would be as easy as flipping his hand. At that time, she would treat his words as an imperial edict and would definitely satisfy any of his requests. Why didn't you do that? This was what Huang Rong was most puzzled about. If Song Qinshu really used the soul-shifting technique on her, then not only would she take the initiative to lie down under him, but even if he made out with her in front of her husband, she wouldn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Because what I wanted from the beginning was Rong-er's heart. Song Qinshu blew a breath of hot air into her ear. After laughing, he turned around to find Madame Tang. Huang Rong's thoughts suddenly became clear. She finally understood why Song Qinshu was so modest in front of her. It turned out that he was trying to gain her favor step by step. Do you really think that you can change my heart? The corners of Huang Rong's mouth inadvertently raised into a beautiful smile. However, when she thought about how their relationship had already deviated from the ambiguous relationship they had at the beginning, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Huang Rong still couldn't figure out what kind of feelings she had for Song Qingshu. She only felt dizzy. In the end, she thought to herself, after doing such a thing to me, he still wants my heart? You only slept with me a few times, yet you want me to fall in love with you just like that? Do you really think that your skills in bed are the best in the world? Huang Rong snorted indignantly in her heart, but when she thought about the process, she began to feel uncertain again. But that bastard was really amazing in bed. The sound of playing in her ears quickly woke her up. Huang Rong looked back and saw Song Qingshu lying on the couch not far away, his head pillowed on Madame Tang's thigh. There was a look of satisfaction on his face, and Madame Tang was smiling as she peeled grapes and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Huang Rong felt uncomfortable for no reason. This bastard had just been intimate with her, and then he turned around and ran into the arms of another woman. What a big bastard! Especially when she saw Song Qingshu deliberately taking the opportunity to suck Madame Tang's finger while eating grapes. Huang Rong's eyebrows couldn't help but tremble a little. Rong-er, why is your face so black? Are you jealous? Song Qingshu seemed to notice her reaction. I will be jealous because of you? Huang Rong snorted and turned around. In fact, she didn't understand why she was angry. She absolutely didn't agree with the reason of jealousy. After thinking about it, she could only use another reason to explain it. When she was a child, she got a toy, but she didn't like it very much. But when her father gave the toy to another little girl, she was very unhappy and insisted on getting the toy back. Perhaps this was the natural possessiveness of women. Rong-er, don't just stand there. Come here and give me a shoulder massage. Song Qingshu's voice came again. Huang Rong was ashamed and angry. She looked incredulous. You want me to give you a shoulder massage? Is there a problem? Song Qingshu looked at her with burning eyes. Huang Rong's face turned green and white. After a long time, she used secret sound transmission to say, You promised me that you wouldn't expose our relationship in front of others. Although Huang Rong wasn't too interested in practicing martial arts, she had after all cultivated the 9-yin manual for many years, and her internal energy could be considered to be slightly successful. In addition, Song Qingshu had taught her the secret sound transmission to make it convenient for them to secretly communicate in the future. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to hide it from Madame Tang, who didn't know martial arts. I didn't take off your clothes in front of her. How could our relationship be exposed? Song Qingshu replied heartlessly. But you asked me to give you a shoulder massage. Even a fool would know our relationship. Huang Rong was so anxious that she stamped her feet. You worry too much. Song Qingshu smiled. Even if nothing happened between us, I took such a big risk to save your husband. Can't I let you give me a shoulder massage? Huang Rong was startled. The other party's words seemed to make some sense. While she was still hesitating, she felt a strong force coming from her waist, and her whole body involuntarily fell onto the bed. Rong-er, your mouth says no, but your body is quite honest. Song Qingshu smiled and patted his own shoulder. Come, give me a massage. Huang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really are ordering me around like a concubine. However, she quickly remembered that she still had to wait in the room for news from Wan Yanliang. If she stood to the side and watched the two of them being affectionate, the atmosphere would be too awkward. After hesitating for a moment, she finally knelt behind Song Qingshu and stretched out her slender fingers to help him massage. Madame Tang looked at her in surprise. Taking advantage of the opportunity when she was feeding him grapes, she leaned over to his ear and giggled. Young master, you really have good skills. You actually managed to train the world-famous heroine Huang to be so obedient. What did you say? Huang Rong was already extremely unhappy. After being provoked by Madame Tang, her expression immediately changed. While the two women were arguing, Wan Yanliang had already found Ouyang Feng. Hearing his request, Ouyang Feng was immediately puzzled. In a low voice, he asked, Your Highness, why did you suddenly ask me for the antidote? Huan Yen Liang chuckled. Guo Jing's internal energy has reached perfection, but he still couldn't resist Sir Ouyang's poison. This prince feels that it's better to be prepared than to accidentally be poisoned one day. Ouyang Feng was startled. He thought that Huan Yen Liang was on guard against him. He knew that if he didn't give him the antidote, it would prove that he had ulterior motive. With Huan Yen Liang's ruthless temperament, he would definitely not tolerate him, although Ouyang Feng's martial arts were not afraid of Huan Yen Liang. He still had many things that he needed Huan Yen Liang's power to accomplish. It was not wise to turn hostile at this time. However, Ouyang Feng also knew that Huan Yen Liang was a sinister and vicious person. Since he was already suspicious of him, even if he gave him the antidote, Huan Yen Liang would still have a thorn in his heart. Chapter 725. Ouyang Feng didn't hesitate for long. After all, he still needed to rely on Huan Yen Liang in many areas. Even though Huan Yen Liang was suspicious of him, it wasn't to the point where he would throw away the bow after all the birds had been killed. It wasn't wise to turn hostile now. However, Ouyang Feng had viewed the 100,000-strong Mongolian army as nothing. Even Huan Yen Honglai had to be polite to him. Now that he heard Huan Yen Liang's impolite tone, he was secretly angry. With a cold laugh, he took out a porcelain bottle and said, "Your Highness, this is the antidote for man's milk." Man's milk? Huan Yen Liang was startled. This name was too strange. How can a man have milk? It is because this poison is rare in this world, just like man's milk. That's how it got its name. Ouyang Feng replied expressionlessly. Man's milk. Good name, really good name. Huan Yen Liang finally regained his composure and couldn't help but laugh. After chatting with Ouyang Feng for a while, he got up and left. Watching Huan Yen Liang's back, Ouyang Feng smiled coldly and said, "If I really have to use this poison on you one day, take this antidote and I guarantee you'll die even faster." Song Qingshu was in Madame Tang's room, enjoying the gentle service of two beautiful women. The two women had previously been at loggerheads, and he had hurriedly stepped in to be the peacemaker. For some reason, the two women seemed to have entered a state of competition. Huang Rong had changed from her previous resistance to using all her strength to massage Song Qingshu's shoulders. Madame Tang had given up peeling grapes for him and started massaging his legs instead. Of the two women, one was from a noble family and the other was from a decent family. In reality, neither of them had much experience in serving others. However, Madame Tang was naturally charming and could understand men's thoughts without a teacher. Whenever Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched, she would be able to react to his movements. Huang Rong, on the other hand, was a chivalrous heroine. She was very familiar with the acupuncture points of the human body. Every time her fingertips touched him, Song Qingshu would moan in pleasure. Huang Rong secretly blushed and thought, "If father knew that I used his orchid acupuncture point brushing hand on a man, he would be furious." Madame Tang's body was delicate and her body was not as strong as Huang Rong's. After a while, she felt her hands go numb and couldn't help but giggle. Madame Guo's skill is superb. You must have practiced a lot on Hero Guo. She deliberately emphasized the words Guo foreign. How could Huang Rong not understand the hidden meaning behind her words? She smiled sweetly. When it comes to serving men, I am not as experienced as Madame Tang. Song Qingshu felt a headache when he heard about the relationship between the two women. The two women were already so difficult to get along with. He wondered how the legendary 3 palaces and 6 courtyards were like. All right, stop arguing. Someone's coming. Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture and then hid behind the door in a flash. Mrs. Tang looked at his actions with a blank expression. Huang Rong was also somewhat puzzled. Her first reaction was that he was deliberately trying to divert their attention. After a while, she finally heard the sound of footsteps and secretly admired his martial arts attainment. Huan Yanliang excitedly pushed the door open, but before he could say anything, his vision went black and he fainted on the ground. Song Qingshu fumbled in his clothes and took out a milky white porcelain bottle. He smiled and said, "Rong-er, I got the antidote." Huang Rong hurriedly ran over and grabbed the porcelain bottle. She was so excited that her voice trembled. Brother Jing can be saved. She wanted to turn around and leave, but she soon realized that Mrs. Tang was there. Song Qingshu said to her apologetically, "Madam Tang, this matter concerns Hirogua's life. I'm afraid Song Mao will have to accompany Madame Gua." Madame Tang was unhappy, but she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and said, "I'm not the kind of person who doesn't see the big picture. Young master, don't worry. Leave this mess to me." She then looked at Huan Yanliang, who was lying on the ground. "Thank you, madam." Song Qingshu pointed to Huan Yanliang and said, "Madam, don't worry. He won't wake up before dawn." Soon, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong avoided the guards outside and quietly left Madame Tang's room. Seeing that there were no enemies around, Huang Rong unconsciously said, "Do you think that Madame Tang is very understanding and great?" Song Qingshu nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course. Although Huan Yanliang is unconscious, she has to spend a night alone with him. This is not an easy task." "I don't appreciate her kindness," Huang Rong snorted. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you think she really wants to stay and watch Huan Yanliang? She saw that we were going to leave, so she took the opportunity to do you a favor. When she heard that you were going to leave, I clearly saw the look in her eyes." "So what?" Song Qingshu smiled disapprovingly. "That means that she doesn't mean what she says. She's very shrewd. Maybe she'll do something bad to you in the future." Seeing that he didn't care, Huang Rong suddenly said anxiously. Song Qingshu suddenly turned around and stared into her eyes. He waited until her expression became unnatural before saying, "Rong-er, can I understand that you're jealous?" "How could I be jealous of you?" Huang Rong snorted. "No matter what, we've known each other for a while. I'm afraid that you're obsessed with lust and one day you'll be bitten by this beautiful snake." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I know what you mean. Madame Tang is a two-faced person. In front of men, she looks kind and harmless, but when men don't know, she will show a completely different side. In fact, in my hometown, there are many women like her. They have a unified name, Green Tea Bitch." "Green Tea Bitch." Huang Rong said the word silently in her heart. "Although I've never heard of it before, I have to admit that it's very appropriate. Of course, the people in my hometown are full of lewd talents." Song Qingshu laughed and said, "But then again, so what if she's a green tea bitch? Men like green tea bitches anyway." Huang Rong was stunned. "Why is that?" "Because green tea bitches are all very beautiful. Most men only need her beauty, not her heart," Song Qingshu replied with a serious face. "What's more, green tea bitches are understanding flowers in front of men. Men will enjoy that feeling very much. As for what she looks like in the future, who is interested in caring about it? As the saying goes, after I die, I don't care about the flood." Huang Rong couldn't help but spit. "Bah! Men are really not good things." Song Qingshu suddenly looked serious. "Rong-er, most men won't like you talking behind people's backs like this." Huang Rong's eyes turned red and her heart was full of grievance. She didn't explain and snorted coldly. "I don't need you to like me." Song Qingshu took her arm and held her in his arms again. "But I've never been one of the most men. I think you're particularly cute when you're jealous." Huang Rong suddenly became anxious. "I said I'm not." Chapter 726. Hearing Song Qingshu mention her husband, Huang Rong's heart flashed with a trace of regret. Now that she had the antidote, she couldn't save Brother Jing immediately. Huang Rong collected her thoughts and nodded. She took the porcelain bottle and quickly walked into the room. Guojing was sitting cross-legged on the bed. It seemed that he was circulating his internal energy, but from the large beads of sweat on his face, it was obvious that the situation was not optimistic. Rong-er, is that you? Under normal circumstances, Guojing would have been able to distinguish the footsteps of his wife. But now that his dantian was empty and his eyes were blind, he could only hear the light footsteps of the person entering. It should be a woman. Brother Jing, we found the antidote. Seeing her husband's pitiful appearance, Huang Rong's nose turned sour and she hurried over to support him. And P for all. Asterisk less than or equal to. Song Qinshu leaned against the curtain at the door and didn't go in to disturb the two. It was strange that even though he had a strong desire for women, he didn't feel uncomfortable seeing Huang Rong and Guojing being intimate. After thinking about it, he could only explain it by saying that Huang Rong was originally Guojing's wife. It seems that I really am a pervert. Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh at himself. After all, he wasn't like Yun Zhanghe who would kill his husband and steal his wife. Although he liked the feeling of possessing Huang Rong, he didn't want to ruin her marriage. First, he had to consider his own reputation, and second, he was like this. While he was distracted, Huang Rong had roughly explained the process of obtaining the antidote. Guojing listened with admiration. Song Xiaoxia is really smart. He actually thought of such an ingenious method. Song Qinshu smiled. Hero Guo, you flatter me. You should take the antidote as soon as possible. You don't know how worried Madame Guo was about you on the way here. Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to put in a good word for her in front of Guojing. Guojing was also touched. He grabbed his wife's hand. Rong-er, you have worked hard this time. Huang Rong, on the other hand, was like a startled rabbit. She subconsciously withdrew her hand, but just as she moved, she realized that it was inappropriate. How could she avoid her husband's touch? She unconsciously turned her head to look at Song Qinshu and found that he was looking at her with great interest. Huang Rong panicked and hurriedly looked away. Guojing felt a sense of loss in his heart. Rong-er, you, Huang Rong blushed. She found an excuse and said in a low voice, Song Xiaoxia is still watching us. Brother Jing, aren't you shy? Guojing laughed awkwardly. So it was his wife who was shy. In order to hide the embarrassment in her heart, Huang Rong took out a porcelain bottle and poured out an antidote from it. Suddenly, a fresh medicinal fragrance wafted through the room. Just by smelling it, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Huang Rong carefully examined the antidote and couldn't help but secretly nod. There was nothing wrong with the antidote. Her family had a long history of learning. Huang Yaoshi was a genius alchemist. Even though her knowledge of alchemy was less than 10% of her father's, she had no problem determining whether the antidote was poisonous or not. She knew that the Western poison Ouyang Feng had always been cunning, so she didn't trust him too much. She only felt relieved when she determined that the antidote was not poisonous. After Guojing took the antidote, Song Qinshu helped him disperse the antidote. Seeing her husband's pale face gradually turn red, Huang Rong's face finally showed a trace of a smile. But her smile didn't last long. Guojing's face became redder and redder. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Song Qinshu, who was helping Guojing dissolve the antidote, couldn't help but be shocked. He felt that Guojing's breathing suddenly became very chaotic. The poison that he had previously suppressed seemed to show signs of rising again. Brother Jing, what's wrong? Huang Rong cried out in alarm. She reached out to support her husband and found that his skin was frighteningly hot. Guojing opened his eyes and looked at her. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, he fell on the bed and no longer made the slightest sound. Brother Jing. At that moment, Huang Rong's heart broke. She suddenly turned around and glared at Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu, your heart is so poisonous. Song Qinshu frowned. What do you mean? What do I mean? Huang Rong sneered. You directed this play yourself. You wanted to kill Brother Jing with a borrowed knife. Only then would you have the chance to have me. I was really blind to naively believe that you really wanted to save Brother Jing. Song Qingshu looked at her and said in a low voice, "You are so emotional right now, so it's inevitable that your imagination will run wild. I can pretend that I didn't say anything." Huang Rong shook her head as if she hadn't heard his words. Her eyes lost focus and she murmured, "You've already gotten what you wanted, and I've promised to be your secret lover in the future. Why do you still want to kill my brother Jing?" Seeing her heartbroken and hating him to the bone, Song Qingshu was both annoyed and amused. "Hey, although we're so familiar with each other, I'm really going to sue you for slander if you keep spouting nonsense like this. Who said that I wanted to kill Hirogua? Besides, Hirogua is not dead. Why are you sad here?" At first, Huang Rong didn't have any reaction when she heard the first part of his words. But when she heard the last part, her eyes suddenly became bright again. She looked at the bed in surprise. "Brother Jing is not dead?" Song Qingshu snorted. "He is not dead now, but he will die soon. If you continue to distract me, I guarantee that you will become a widow in 10 minutes. Only then did Huang Rong realize that Song Qingshu's palm had been pressed against her husband's back. His sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. Apparently, it was caused by the zhenqi in his body. She hurriedly checked her husband's pulse and found that although it was very weak, there was still an unyielding vitality. Only then did Huang Rong realize that Song Qingshu had been using his true qi to prolong her husband's life. Looking at him, who had always been elegant, sweating profusely with blue veins popping out all over his body, her mood became extremely complicated. After a long time, Guojing suddenly spat out a pool of black blood. There was still half of the antidote in the black blood. Song Qingshu finally let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, he is out. Let me see the bottle of antidote." Huang Rong poured out another antidote and said doubtfully, "I have checked this antidote. It is not poisonous." This was the reason why she suspected Song Qingshu. After all, there was no problem with the antidote. The only problem was Song Qingshu, who had been circulating his zhenqi behind her brother's back. With a single thought, he could kill her brother without anyone knowing and then blame it on Ouyang Feng. Song Qingshu used his finger to pick up a small piece of the antidote and put it in his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. After a while, he said, "The antidote itself is not poisonous. Wan Yanliang is not a fool. In Ouyang Feng's opinion, he must have tested the antidote before getting it. If the antidote is poisonous, won't he lose his footing in the Jin Kingdom?" Chapter 727. Huang Rong checked her husband's condition. Although Song Qing had forced out the suspicious antidote, her husband's condition was still not optimistic. Although he had temporarily lost his internal energy, Brother Jing was still able to stay awake. Now, he was in a coma. If not for his steady breathing, Huang Rong would have fought Song Qing to the death. She did not know what the problem was. Was it the antidote or was it Song Qing? Although she had more or less confirmed that the antidote was not poisonous, she still did not want to see Song Qing as the culprit. If all this is really a self-directed show, I will never forgive him. Huang Rong held her husband's hand and secretly made a promise in her heart. Huang Rong lowered her head and let her imagination run wild. Song Qing, who was beside her, also frowned and pondered. The room suddenly fell into a kind of unbearable silence. "I understand now," Song Qing suddenly said. "What do you understand?" Huang Rong looked at him curiously. Song Qing held the antidote in his hand and said, "Although the antidote is not poisonous, it must have been mixed with a lot of hair. I can tell that there are cuttlefish juice and sea urchins in it. I don't know how many other hair substances there are. When Hirogua took this antidote, the hair substance in it caused the hidden poison in his body to suddenly burst out. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance and did not completely dissolve the antidote when I used my internal energy, so it did not cause a big mistake. Huang Rong's expression changed. She hurriedly took out an antidote and sniffed it. She had not noticed it before, but now that Song Qing had reminded her, she really could tell that there were some hair substances in it. Ouyang Feng is indeed sinister and cunning, Huang Rong said hatefully. She looked at Song Qing apologetically. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. In that situation, Rong it is normal for you to have doubts. Song Qing smiled slightly, obviously not taking it to heart. He reached out to check Guojing's pulse and looked worried, but Hirogua's situation is not good. Huang Rong was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Didn't you say that the poison has been controlled?" "I did manage to control it before," Song Qing smiled bitterly. "However, after being stimulated by that antidote, just now, the poison in Hirogua's body has erupted even more violently than before. I can only suppress it for 1 or 2 days at most. If I still can't find the real antidote within these 2 days, when the poison erupts again, even a Daluo Golden Immortal won't be able to save him." Huang Rong's face suddenly turned pale. She muttered, "What should I do, what should I do?" She had always prided herself on being quick-witted, but at this critical moment, her mind was blank and she couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, Huang Rong grabbed Song Qing's arm. "Qing, you must have a way. Please help me save Brother Jing." Song Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Originally, I thought that obtaining the antidote with Wanyan Liang's help would be a piece of cake. I didn't expect Ouyang Feng to be so cunning. This time, we've already alerted the enemy. It won't be easy to get the antidote from him again. No, you must have a way. You were able to defeat the Tenqing armies and summon the wind and rain. All these years, everything you've done can be described as miracles. You can always do things that others think are impossible. This time will be no exception." Huang Rong grabbed Song Qing's arm tightly as if she was drowning and clutching at a life-saving straw. Seeing Huang Rong's earnest eyes, Song Qing sighed. "Ronger, I'm not a god. There are many things in this world that I can't do." Hearing his words, Huang Rong's eyes instantly dimmed. She seemed to have lost her soul and muttered to herself, Brother Jing, if you die, Ronger won't live either." Song Qing hesitated for a long time and finally said, "Ronger, actually, there is a way, but what?" Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, Huang Rong's eyes immediately regained their spirit. "As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Song Qing shook his head. "You don't need to do anything. Instead, I will have to take some risk." "You want to take risks?" Huang Rong looked puzzled. She couldn't understand what was going on. "Are you planning to break into Ouyang Feng's house and ask him for the antidote?" "Of course not," Song Qing replied. "It's not too difficult to defeat Ouyang Feng, but it's impossible to force him to hand over the antidote." "Then what's your plan?" Huang Rong was even more puzzled. Song Qing said in a deep voice, "The antidote is not easy to find, but the poison is not difficult to get. Previously, I heard from Wanyan Liang that the poison that Hirogua was poisoned with is called man's milk. When the time comes, I will find some and drink it." "Ah!" Huang Rong exclaimed. "How can you drink the poison yourself?" Song Qing smiled. "The reason why Ouyang Feng isn't willing to hand over the antidote is because of the grudge between you two. Other people don't have this relationship with him, so the possibility of him handing over the antidote is much higher." Huang Rong shook her head. "Although you and Ouyang Feng are friends, it's not to the point where he would hand over the antidote to cure you. No, this is too dangerous. Brother Jing has already been poisoned. If you get poisoned as well, Song Qing put his arm around her shoulders and asked with a playful expression, "Ronger, are you simply worried about me, or are you worried that no one will help you save your brother Jing if I get poisoned?" Huang Rong was shocked. She had subconsciously said those words just now. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know which situation she was more worried about. Song Qing's fingertips caressed her smooth, jade-like cheek. He said lightly, "If Hero Guo and I are both poisoned to death, Rong-er will probably die for love. I just don't know if it will be for Hero Guo or for me." This time, Huang Rong couldn't take it anymore. She subconsciously spat, "Bah, I was dying for my husband. You are a shameless pervert. Even if you die once, I won't shed a single tear." "Then I'm really sad. If that's the case, should I still take the risk to save your husband?" Song Qing sighed. Huang Rong frowned slightly. "We have to think of another way. This method of yours is too dangerous. Even if you get poisoned and beg Ouyang Feng, he won't give you the antidote." "Who said I'm going to be poisoned with my own identity?" Song Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously. "If not with your own identity, then with what identity?" Huang Rong was stunned. Chapter 728. Tang Quobian. Huang Rong suddenly remembered the man she had beaten up with the dog-beating stick technique. "I think I hit his spine. I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up for the rest of his life." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "He won't be able to stand up. Fortunately, he won't have to worry about this anymore, because he's dead." "Dead?" Huang Rong exclaimed. "I don't think I hit him that hard. It's not because of you. It's because of someone else." Song Qingshu briefly told her how Wanyan Liang had sent a killer to kill him. "The Jin people deserve to be bitten by each other," Huang Rong said bitterly. Her plan had failed largely because she had fallen into Tang Quobian and Wanyan Liang's trap. How could she not be happy to see her enemy end up like this? They are indeed bitten each other, but it's not a good thing that Wanyan Liang's family is the only one in power now. Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally at Huang Rong's anger. "Since Wanyan Liang wants to kill him, aren't you sending yourself into the tiger's mouth by pretending to be Tang Quobian?" Huang Rong was confused. Wanyan Liang does want to kill him, but Tang Quobian has a special status in the Jin kingdom. His family is also very powerful, so Wanyan Liang can only kill him in secret. Last time, he could blame you for the assassination attempt. But now, if Tang Quobian returns with great fanfare, he won't be able to kill him. After staying in the Qin court for so long, Song Qingshu had some understanding of the rules of political strife, so it was easy for him to make such a judgment. Huang Rong had always been smart, but what she lacked was the foresight and experience of someone in a high position. Song Qingshu's words helped her understand what was going on. That's right. If Tang Quobian swaggered back to the mansion now, not only would Wanyan Liang not kill him, but he would also send more people to protect him, lest he was mistaken as the murderer. But Huang Rong suddenly thought of a key problem. Tang Quobian is not a hermit. There are at least 800 people in the city who know him, and Wan Yenliang is even more familiar with him. How are you going to pretend? Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, "Rong-er, you must know about human skin masks. I've already cut off Tang Quobian's face. As long as you're careful, it won't be difficult to impersonate him." He didn't tell Huang Rong the truth. In fact, he didn't need any human skin mask to disguise himself. The disguise technique was his biggest secret. It was related to the fate of a series of people. Although he had skin contact with Huang Rong now, it was far from the point of telling her all his secrets. A human skin mask. Huang Rong's face paled. She was obviously disgusted. This is too cruel. Song Qingshu smiled. Tang Quobian is dead anyway, so he won't feel any pain. Besides, I'm using his identity. If I avenge him one day, he'll be grateful to me. All right. I can't win against you in an argument, Huang Rong said angrily. But even if you disguise yourself as Tang Quobian, how will you get the antidote? Didn't I just say that I'll use the identity of Tang Quobian to be poisoned? Song Qingshu answered. Huang Rong shook her head. She was obviously not sure. Although Wan Yen Liang wouldn't dare to do anything to Tang Quobian, if he was poisoned, Wan Yen Liang could take the opportunity to kill him and blame it on the poison. Song Qingshu seemed to have expected this question. He smiled mysteriously and said, "So I can't go back by myself. I need you to escort me back, ah?" Huang Rong was even more confused. "It's very simple," Song Qingshu explained. "I'll pretend to be Tang Quobian and fall into your hands. In order to save your husband, you inject your husband's poisonous blood into my body. I'll be poisoned as well. Then you'll come to my door and ask Wan Yen Liang to give you the antidote. Tang Quobian will live. If you don't give me the antidote, I'll bury Tang Quobian with your husband." Wonderful! Huang Rong's eyes lit up. Although Wan Yen Liang wanted Tang Quobian to die 1,000 times, he would bear the crime of killing Tang Quobian if he refused to give him the antidote in public. Although he was powerful, Tang Quobian was the emperor's son-in-law, and the Tang Quo family was one of the top families in the Jin kingdom. Wan Yen Liang would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he would probably agree to give up the antidote. In this way, he could also do the imperial family and the Tang Quo family a favor. But the antidote in Wan Yen Liang's hands is fake. It's useless even if we get it. Huang Rong's face quickly darkened. Song Qingshu reached out and stroked her hair. "Rong-er, you're too worried. Think about it carefully. Although Wan Yen Liang doesn't know the antidote is fake, Ouyang Feng knows it. Unless he wants the fake antidote to be exposed and publicly break with Wan Yen Liang, he will definitely give the real antidote to Tang Quobian." Huang Rong seemed to be a little unaccustomed to his inadvertent intimate actions. She subconsciously shrank to the side and looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. She had to admit that although the other party's plan sounded abnormally dangerous, the possibility of success was also very high. What kind of person was he? On one hand, he was a shameless bastard, but on the other hand, he was a man that people admired. "But you'll also be poisoned." Huang Rong wanted to say something but stopped. Song Qingshu looked at her affectionately and said in a charming voice, "Hero Guo is a great hero, admired by the world. I also admire him, but admiration is one thing. If I have to take such a big risk to save him, I will never do it. Rong-er, you should know who I'm doing this for." Huang Rong's heart was in chaos. She subconsciously looked away, not daring to meet his burning gaze. Thank you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh at himself. "Rong-er, compared to gratitude, I'm afraid you're more resentful." Huang Rong fell silent. It would be a lie to say that she didn't hate him at all. Not only had he taken her body, but he had also played with her in front of her husband. She had even thought of taking him down with her while he was enjoying himself. However, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even Huang Rong herself didn't know what she was thinking. The next morning, Wan Yen Liang's face darkened when he saw the notice his subordinate brought back. The notice was written in Huang Rong's voice. It said that Tang Quobian was now in her hands. If Wan Yen Liang wanted him to live, he had to hand over the antidote for the man's milk before dark. Otherwise, Tang Quobian would never see the sun tomorrow. The reason why Wan Yen Liang was so angry was not because he cared about Tang Quobian's safety. He didn't care whether Tang Quobian was dead or alive. The only thing he cared about were these notices. They were all over the streets of Kaifeng City. Find out. There must be a lot of beggar sect spies in the city. Wan Yen Liang roared angrily at his subordinate. After his subordinate left, he still felt angry. He picked up a teacup and smashed it on the ground. Who can tell me how Tang Quobian fell into Huang Rong's hands? Back then, he had wanted to kill Tang Quobian, so he had sent a team of loyal men to kill him. The men were highly skilled in martial arts, and Tang Quobian was severely injured, so he thought it would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the team of loyal men would be wiped out, and Tang Quobian was nowhere to be found. These days, he had sent a large number of people to investigate Tang Quobian's whereabouts, but there was no news. Just as Wang Yanliang was comforting himself that Tang Quobian might be dead, he found out that he was in Huang Rong's hands. Wang Yanliang didn't care much about Huang Rong's threat. The only thing he cared about was whether Tang Quobian knew who killed him. "Your Highness, you don't have to worry so much. Huang Rong wants the antidote, right? Let's give her the antidote. Not only can we get rid of Guojing, we can also kill Tang Quobian and push all the blame onto Huang Rong." Ouyang Feng suddenly spoke up. Of all the people present, he was the one who didn't want Guojing to be saved the most. Moreover, there was something wrong with the antidote they gave Wang Yanliang. He was afraid that Wang Yanliang would agree to their conditions. "No!" Wang Yanliang flatly refused. "This matter has already caused a huge uproar. If Tang Quobian dies, everyone will suspect me. My political enemies in the imperial court will never let go of such a good opportunity. Furthermore, Tang Quo's family will seek revenge. We can't take this risk." In fact, there was another reason that he didn't mention. His original plan was to get rid of Tang Quobian quietly, then appear next to his wife, Gubai, in a warm and sunny manner. With his skills with women, he could take advantage of the pain of her husband's death, and then take advantage of her body and mind. As soon as he thought of Gubai unknowingly enjoying herself under the crotch of the enemy who killed her husband, Wang Yanliang trembled with excitement. But once Gubai suspected that he was the murderer who killed her husband, all of this would be for naught. Wang Yanliang absolutely could not tolerate the slightest flaw in his plan to hunt for a beauty. "Brother Ouyang, we can't fake the antidote. That girl Huang Rong is full of tricks and cunning." Qiu Qianren was displeased when he thought about how he had suffered at her hands over and over again. She poisoned Tang Quobian with the same poison to guard against this. Once she gets the antidote, she'll definitely let Tang Quobian take it first. "Are we really going to give her the antidote just like that?" Ouyang Feng's eyes flickered and his expression darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 729. Don't worry, Your Highness. Huang Rong won't be able to escape this time. The few of them replied in unison. They were all experts among experts. Last time, they had let Huang Rong escape from the encirclement. Although Wang Yanliang did not blame them, they still felt that they had lost face. They wanted to regain their face this time. Among the three of them, Ouyang Feng had an old grudge against Guojing and Huang Rong. From his point of view, there was no reason for him not to do his best. Qiu Qianren's desire for fame was the most important. He had completely pledged his allegiance to Wang Yanliang. For the sake of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, he would do his best to show his worth. As for Murong Bo, who appeared as old Monkly, he was actually the least concerned of the three. It's still unknown whether Tang Quobian is in Huang Rong's hands or not. Your Highness shouldn't be fooled by her bluff. Ouyang Feng didn't want Wang Yanliang to agree to give Huang Rong the antidote. After all, it would be easy to find out that he had given Wang Yanliang a fake antidote. "I had the same suspicions at first." Wang Yanliang shook his head and pointed to a strange mark on the notice. "However, this mark is the Tang Quo family's clan leader's seal, which is in Tang Quobian's hands. It's impossible for an outsider to copy it. Furthermore, Tang Quobian has been missing for the past few days, and I've sent out all my men to no avail. It seems that only by falling into Huang Rong's hands will he be able to fool our eyes." "I see." The others suddenly understood. But even Wang Yanliang didn't know that Tang Quobian had told Song Qingshu about the clan leader's seal and a series of other secrets before he died, so that Song Qingshu could better disguise himself. Even the sly Wang Yanliang couldn't see through it. But why did that brat Huang Rong set the time for tomorrow and told us the location? Even though Huang Rong had been someone's wife for many years, The mischievous young girl from back then had left a huge psychological shadow in Qiu Qianren's heart, so he couldn't change his mind for a while. It's very strange. They gave us a day's time. Doesn't that give us more time to prepare? Huan Yanliang pondered for a moment. But it's still beneficial to us. Huang Rong is full of tricks, there must be a trap. Ouyang Feng's face darkened. Thinking of the suffering he had suffered under her hands, his expression became extremely ugly. She purposely told us the time and place in advance. I'm afraid she purposely wanted us to set up an ambush there. When the time comes, she can change the location at the last minute and restrain a large number of our men without wasting a single soldier. Wan Yanliang nodded and said, "What Mr. Ouyang said makes sense, but I can't not make arrangements for that place." After pondering for a moment, he made a decision and said, "Let's do it this way. First, we'll set up an ambush in the vicinity. Then, we'll secretly leave a few troops behind for emergencies." Following this, Wan Yanliang gathered his subordinates and began to discuss how to set up their defenses and how to cast their net. After a whole day, he had come up with a plan to deal with all the problems that could arise the next day. He thought that his plan was flawless. The next day, Wan Yanliang appeared at the appointed place at the appointed time. However, his expression was very ugly because he had already waited for 2 hours without seeing even a shadow of Huang Rong. So it really isn't here. Wan Yanliang's heart was not as angry as it showed on his face. In reality, this was all within his expectations. If Huang Rong really appeared here, he would be disappointed. A stupid woman, no matter how beautiful she was, would not be able to conquer her. Whoosh! Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of something cutting through the air could be heard. Wan Yanliang looked up and saw a cold arrow flying towards him. However, he did not show any signs of panic. The imperial bodyguards beside him had already reacted and raised their swords to cut down the arrow. Wan Yanliang's gaze shifted to the direction where the arrow had come from. Some of the imperial bodyguards had already rushed in that direction, but he did not hold out much hope. If the other party was so easily caught, then all his previous plans would have been in vain. "Reporting to Your Highness, there is a piece of cloth on the arrow." One of the sharp-eyed imperial bodyguards had already noticed the words on the arrow. "Present it!" Wan Yanliang looked at the words on the cloth and couldn't help but sneer, as expected. On the cloth, it was written that the location of the transaction would be changed to another place. The time limit was half an hour. Calculating the distance between the two places, half an hour was just enough time to get there. "Let's go, let's change the location." Wan Yanliang waved his hand and turned his horse around, rushing towards the new location. As for the problem of soldiers surrounding the new location, he was not worried at all. Last night, his subordinates had already considered this situation, so he had divided his troops into more than 10 groups and had them spread out across the Kaifeng region. This was to ensure that no matter where Huang Rong appeared, there would be troops surrounding her in the shortest amount of time possible. Compared to this prince's scheming, you are still too inexperienced. Wan Yanliang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He had already set up an inescapable net in the Kaifeng region, ensuring that not even a fly would be able to escape. In addition, Ouyang Feng and the other experts were always by his side. As long as Huang Rong appeared, she would not be able to escape even if she grew wings. Thinking that he would finally be able to taste this world-famous beauty, Wan Yanliang could not hide his excitement. After a few hours, Wan Yanliang could no longer smile, because he had already been led around in a big circle by Huang Rong. He had already followed the directions on the arrow to 5 or 6 different locations, but Huang Rong still had no intention of appearing. Every time, it was a cold arrow with information about the next location. The only thing that Wan Yanliang was glad about was that these places were still within the control of his subordinate. After moving to 2 more places without stopping for half a day, The only ones who could still follow Wanyan Liang were Ouyang Feng and a few other Grandmaster-level masters. Only his personal guards could follow Wanyan Liang. Wanyan Liang's personal bodyguards were all carefully selected elite warriors, and with the special characteristics of the Jurchen race, they were also elite cavalrymen. This was why they could not leave his side even for a moment. However, Wanyan Liang did not mind. After all, the Kaifeng region was the territory of the Jin Kingdom, and Huang Rong's side could not have too many people. If he wanted to keep her here, just the people by his side were enough. Moreover, as long as the location was confirmed, the nearest soldiers would be able to arrive in the shortest time possible. Of course, Wanyan Liang was still very unhappy about being led around like a monkey. He secretly swore that once he caught Huang Rong, he would not stop until he had ked her until she could not get out of bed for 3 days. Downwind Pavilion? For some reason, when Wanyan Liang saw the latest information about the location, he had a feeling that this was the place. The Downwind Pavilion was located at the intersection of several major roads, and could be said to be accessible in all directions. It was an excellent place to escape after an incident. However, Wanyan Liang secretly sneered. Yesterday, his aides had studied the map of the vicinity of the Kaifeng city several times, and this place was one of the places they speculated that Huang Rong would choose. He had already set up an ambush within a radius of dozens of miles, and as soon as he gave the order, all the escape routes would be surrounded by an inescapable net. Not to mention people, even birds would not be able to escape. Of course, this place was too accessible, and there were also several other possible locations for ambushes, so Wanyan Liang could not really completely surround this place. Because of the terrain, it was impossible to send people to guard the mountain behind the Downwind Pavilion. However, there was no need to guard it, because the mountain seemed to be boundless, but in fact, it was a dangerous place. At the top of the mountain was a cliff, and no matter how good one's lightness skill was, if he fell, he would be smashed to pieces. However, none of this was known to the locals, and Wanyan Liang only knew about it when he looked through the county records and maps of the Kaifeng city. Even a wise man will make a mistake. Wanyan Liang thought to himself. It seemed like even the heavens were helping him. He had heard that Huang Rong was quick-witted, but it seemed like she was going to fall here. When the group of people arrived at the Downwind Pavilion, they saw a beautiful woman burning incense and playing the zither. The sound of the zither was low and mellow, and seemed to carry a hidden bitterness. Hearing it made one's heart skip a beat and feel intoxicated. Wanyan Liang's group of people had come with a murderous intent, but as soon as the sound of the zither entered their ears, their murderous intent lessened. Although Huang Rong is hateful, she is indeed beautiful. No wonder Ouyang Ku was so infatuated with her. Thinking of Ouyang Ku, Ouyang Feng felt a sense of loss. Qiu Qianren, who was standing to the side, also secretly clicked his tongue. That girl Huang Rong was already exceptionally beautiful, but after getting married, her figure became even more outstanding. Looking at the woman in the pavilion, Wanyan Liang's eyes flashed with passion. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to stop, then he took a few steps forward and said, "The ancients said that music lingers in the air for 3 days, but I have never believed it. Today, after listening to Madame's song, I know that the ancients were right. However, I can feel that there is a hidden bitterness in Madame's music, and I don't know what it is about. Perhaps I can help Madame." Huang Rong was secretly surprised. When she was playing the zither, she couldn't help but think of the complicated relationship between her and Song Qinshu. She didn't expect that this King Jin was proficient in music and could hear her thoughts from the music. However, she quickly suppressed her surprise and replied coldly, "The music of the zither is like a person's heart, and it can't bear the slightest bit of dirt. Once it is stained, it will lose its clarity. This zither was first stained with my troubles, and now it has been stained with your murderous intent and desires. The heart of the zither is no longer pure, so how can it play with such clarity? This zither is better off not having it. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and the strings of the zither in front of her broke. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.